Good morning, everyone. Please settle down. We're about to start our seminar in 5 minutes. Thank you, sir. Good morning, everyone here, and also our online participants. Welcome to our Officers Annual Seminar for this 2023. My name is Eliza Dominguez from Arctic Shipping Corporation, and I will be your host today. To start with, let us recognize the presence of the seafarers participants. Here we have 59 seafarers and 100 plus present online. And we also acknowledge the presence of our distinguished gentleman from Nissan Kayan Company Limited, Chief Engineer Arthur Tan, and people from Clean Ocean Ship Management, Clean Seas Ship Management, will Sunrise Maritime, will Synergy Maritime, Synergy Ocean Maritime, Gold Road Maritime, Superior Manpower Service, and Real Maritime who are presently online. And we would like to extend a very welcome to you all and appreciate your taking time of your busy schedule for join us today. Before we begin, let us take a moment to thank our sponsor, Principal Nissin Kind Company Limited, for, for their support and generosity in making this seminar happen. Please give a round of applause to our principal. At this point, before moving forward, let us have our opening prayer. Everyone, please bow your heads and let us put ourselves in the presence of God. Please stand up, sis. Dear God, thank you for bringing us today. Thank you for bringing us together for this seminar. Please give it us. We learn and we go together. May your truth be revealed to us in a powerful way, and may we leave this seminar with a renewed sense of purpose. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Please sit down, sir. Thank you. And now, may we call on the President of Arctic Shipping Corporation, Captain Frederick C. Doromal, to render the opening remarks. Sir,
Good morning. There is a simple Katsuyabi, President of Nation Science Company. All ship managers and mining companies. All our valued and distinguished speakers, to whom we are very much thankful for their precious time expanding our request to be part of this event. And to all our seafarers, it is our great pleasure to welcome you all to this event. This officer's annual seminar for this year, January 2023. I just want to say a few words so as to give more time to our speakers. As you may be aware, this kind
There you
of
go.
event was already implemented years ago and just was temporarily halted due to COVID-19 pandemic. And now, with the request of our ship owners, and then with the joint effort and cooperation of Cebu's Maritime International Cooperative, Philharmonic Ship Management, Berlin Ships Management, Arctic Shipping Training Department, and especially to Kaniko-san and Makoto-san, this event become possible in a short period of preparation. Our intention to this seminar is to arm our seafarers with weapon of knowledge and awareness to protect the vessels and ship owners' interests. We believe that ship officers and crew will put the vessel out of trouble if the crew has full knowledge or understanding of the shipping business, as well as the proper handling of vessels, simply and efficiently, with the application of knowing each other's character and capabilities with mental psychology. Therefore, with regular training and with seminar, prior to boarding a vessel and with a good result, our crew will become confident in performing their duties on board. And we hope with this event, you will enjoy also sharing good ideas with us so that the seafarers and the nation group of companies will become more competitive in the shipping industry. And now, before I end, as I said, I will just say a few words. Now I am ending, but before I end this my speech, I would like to introduce the next speaker, who is really kind and being admired by many group and group of companies because of his integrity. Please welcome the ship owner and the president of this Empire Company, no other than Captain Katsuya Abe.
Good morning, gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Captain Abe from this line. On behalf of the owner, I'm suddenly joined this seminar. Thank you very much for receiving me today. I'm very happy. Dormal-san commented just before. In these 3 years, we have the very bad weather, encounter very bad weather, and had a very bad situation. Especially our good seafarers, ship manager, Green. I very appreciate your effort. Thank you very much. Also, we lost very good friends. Arctic Captain Torres also. Feel harmony, feel sunrise, Captain Torres. Captain Henodia, Chief Engineer Atom, and Reza. They are always in my heart forever. Maybe your heart forever, I think. Okay, but we must proceed forward. Even with the corona, we must look forward. Okay, recent time now proceeding new challenge. Just I talk about this. Okay, in past 2 years, from 3 years, in this 5 years, I would like to success with most of eco vessels. Sorry, we success. We many vessel order. This one the today's best vessels, not 5 years, not 10 years best. Today's best means, of course, there are 3 vessels, there are 3, phase 3. Also consider phase 4 after 2030, we order many today's best vessels. In this 5 years, we success these vessels. Maybe after 3 years later, our all of the fleet, 50% changed, success to this today's best vessels. Then after that, we consider future fuel vessels. Nowadays, I discussed with the AP Mora, we 5 vessels, methanol dual fuel vessel containers. This one, not the normal methanols, biomethanols. Biomethanols. We are thinking that together further technology vessel, but I never forget existing vessels. Japanese charterer or more rich company consider further vessels, not consider existing vessels. Even if the NYK proceed with the dual fuel, hydrogen, methanol, ammonia, but 10 or 20 vessels. Other 580 vessels don't touch. This is no good. Must be considered both. Existing one must be changed also. Or for same time consider new one. This is the right way. Example, capsize vessel used to be main engine horsepower 20,000 plus, 18,000, 15,000. But nowadays, engine horsepower capsize 180,000 tons capsize, less than 12,000 horsepower now. I order. Speed reduction only 0.5 knots by reducing the engine horsepower. This is also very good solution. I must proceed best way up to date. Also, same time consider future new technology. This is my comment. Okay, then we must proceed with you. I need your power. Let's enjoy shipping together. I have an expectation all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And now I would like to introduce our first speaker for this seminar. He is the Senior Operations Manager of J. Lowry Walker Singapore Private Limited, and he will give us a presentation on shipping business from the one of the world's biggest bulk carriers operators view. Everyone, please join me in giving a warm welcome to Captain Bernardino T. Liado.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to this officers seminar organized by RT and it's sponsored by your dear captain. Okay. Thank you for inviting me in, and I'm the first speaker and we will discuss about shipping business, which is one of the things that the shipmaster must know, aside from navigation, ship handling, maintenance, and all those stuff. So thank you so much for inviting me. The year was 2008. I just want to make a brief background of myself. The year was 2008 when I was given the decision whether I should stay at NCO or I should go to Copenhagen and be with the Larsen Bunkers. So I decided to join Larsen Bunkers in 2008. And I was the go-through guy there. And I would like to thank Mr. Yantani for that opportunity because during those years from 2008 until today, I have learned a lot about shipping business and commercial operations of the ship. So in return, I'd like to share this knowledge to you, all these years that I have learned from Larsen. And I hope that you will not fall asleep because it's a deep topic, and we have 5 topics to discuss, which are not common for shipmaster, especially the legal side of things. My laptop is there, so I will be moving this podium to that side so that we can start the presentation. Please bear with me because I thought that your setup of IT is near the stage. So in order not to prolong this discussion and to move systematically, I will have to be close to my laptop. Okay, let's start. Shipping business. Now, what are the master's dilemma? Most of the chief officers do not want to be a master because they say it's big responsibility. But if you are prepared and you have worked hard and diligently prepared for the job, then you will be able to overcome all this dilemma. Except, of course, for the commercial side, which is one of the weak points of the Filipino masters nowadays, because it is being taught in school, but not in depth. Hindi ganun kalaki. So right now, we will dig into the charter party process, the relationship between owners and charters, and how can you protect your owners against claims and make the commercial venture a success. Okay, so these are the master's dilemma. We have the owner, the commercial operator, who could be Larsen Bulkers, who could be Northern, K-Line. Then there is the receiver of the ship. There's the technical manager, there's your field team, MSI, and then there's your crew supplier, which is our shipping. So as a master, you need to find a balance on how to please all these entities or persons who are expecting from you a good service. Okay, the technical manager, they will expect you about the economy. You need to save supplies, okay, provisions, class matters. And then for the crew supplier, then there are times that they will request you not to disembark, but to postpone your vacation and go to a convenient port so that money can be saved for crew changes. And then there's this commercial operator, it could be your time charter or your voyage charter, who expects you to do all the performance necessary and is expected of the master. No delays, loading maximum cargo, extra charter party. And then there's a shipper and receiver who expects the master to take care of the cargo that was loaded from his vessel from point A to point B, from load port to discharge port. The name shipmaster is a well-established and honorable title. But what are the qualities of shipmaster today? And how can we provide guidance to ensure that the next generation of officers will be prepared for the challenges which lie ahead? In order for the master to be effective, he must have the knowledge and skills necessary to, number one, contribute to the company, and there's a chance that there will be layoff, reduced crew, things like that. So that's one. And then another one is adapt to the changing circumstances. Like adapting to the new rules and regulation. Now we have the EEXI, the CII, which has come into force. And I know that your company is well prepared for that. Then sustain efficient working practices, utmost safety and zero accidents. And manage all aspects of vessel. Topics. Issuance and revision of base receipt and bills of lading. Cargo matters and claims. Letters of indemnity. Underperformance claims. Actions to protect owners' interests. So as you can see, it's a broad topic which we need to finish in 2 hours. And I will leave all the questioning after the presentation. You can approach me anytime during breaks, and you can feel free to ask questions if you don't understand something. Issuance and revision of the main receipt and bills of lading. What is the main receipt? A main receipt issued by the chief officer of the ship when the cargo is loaded on board. It is a prima facie evidence that the goods are loaded in the vessel. Main receipt is first handed to the port authorities or port trust authorities after making payments of all port dues. And then the exporter or the shipper or his agent collects the main receipt from the port trust authorities. Main receipt is freely transferable. You can hand it over to anyone. Anyone can collect the main receipt. But the most important thing is the bill of lading is prepared in strict conformity with the main receipt. That is where all our ethics comes from. When the loading is completed, and then the master wants to close the main receipt, and then the shippers doesn't want to close the main receipt, and then there's a delay. And then the owners and the charterers start arguing and disputing whose fault. Main receipt is not a document of title of goods. It is merely a receipt of goods. However, it is an important document as without it, the exporter will not be able to obtain title document of the goods, that is the bill of lading. In order to understand the importance of HCC, let us have a commercial overview of what happens in an HCC decision. What are the types of HCC? We have a clean HCC. When we say clean HCC, there are no remarks. Master has not put any remarks which will make it a qualified HCC, like as to the condition or the quantity of cargo. And that is satisfied of the cargo that has been loaded. Qualified HCC. A qualified HCC is issued when the chief officer of the ship is not satisfied with the packing and condition or quantity of the goods. So if the goods is damaged when loaded, and then the shippers do not want to offload the damaged good, then it is the duty of the master to remark the HCC. Basic framework of shipping industry. Okay, this is what we don't know when we are on board the ship. How does cargo ownership of the cargo being transferred? What are the contracts involved? So let's dig into this. First, we have a cargo that needs to be moved from point A to point B, which is governed by a sales contract between the buyer and the seller. And then there is a ship owner who might be the carrier, or sometimes the charter could also be the carrier. Okay, and then there's a voyage charterer, okay, who finds a vessel who can load the cargo. All right. So there, on the left side, there is the seller, the charterer, and the shipper. Charterer can be the seller of the cargo, the charterer can be the shipper of the cargo. But the charterer is just a trader of the cargo. It's like a broker between the shipper and the seller. So there's a voyage charter between the carrier or the ship owner and the voyage charterer. This is called the voyage charter party. Okay? Because there are two forms. One is time charter party, and second is voyage charter party. Let's talk about first the voyage charter party, and we'll dig into time charter party later. On the right side, there is a buyer, consignee, and the receiver. Okay? And then there's the bill of lading, which functions as three functions, which has three functions. One is the evidence of the contract of carriage, document of title, and the receipt of goods. We talked before, HCC is just a receipt of the goods. But the bill of lading functions as three. One, as a receipt of the goods, as a document of title, and then as evidence of the contract of carriage. So this buyer, consignee, and receiver, they are all the same. They're just called different. So when you hear the word buyer, when you hear the word consignee, that means it's the receiver. It's all the same meaning. So why is signing clean base receipt or bill of lading important? Okay. First, the first step in order to move cargo from point A to point B is for the buyer to apply a letter of credit or documentary credit from the issuing bank. Okay? As I said, if you see on point one, there is a contract of sale between the seller and the buyer. After the contract has been concluded, the buyer goes to the bank, issuing bank, and applies for a documentary credit. And then the issuing bank asks another bank, usually in the country of the seller, to advise perhaps also to add the confirmation of the documentary credit. So may document. They will pass it on to the advising bank, and then the advising bank will tell the seller or the shipper that the documentary credit is okay. Before the documentary credit is approved by the issuing bank, they will check the assets of the buyer. Does he have the capacity to pay? Because if he doesn't have the capacity to pay, then the issuing bank will guarantee to pay for the shipment, pay for the cargo. And sometimes that's why there are changes in the bills of lading, because there are changes in the buyer of the cargo, because the first letter of credit has collapsed. And we need to find another buyer for the cargo. Anyway, we will go to that later. Then this is where the base receipt becomes important. Settlement. The ship arrives in the port, load the cargo, okay, and then the chief officer signs the base receipt, and then he puts, as per ship survey, 100 tons short, something like that, or so goods damaged. So on the document, as I said, the base receipt is issued so that the bills of lading can be issued. And the bills of lading must be in strict conformity with the base receipt. So if the bills of lading is not in strict conformity with the base receipt, then we will have an issue, because the bank will only accept a clean bill of lading. That's one of the documentary credit requirements, or the letter of credit requirement. If it has a remark, then the banks will not accept it, except of course for steel cargo, like example for shipment of Japanese steels. There's some red flag laws, and there's some clauses that is allowed for steel cargo. But for power, if it's not on the documentary letter of credit, then the advising bank will not accept it. Okay. The seller sends the document evidencing the shipment to the bank. Okay. And then once the seller has sent the bills of lading, which is the most important document, to the advising bank, then he will be given his money. Because the money is already there. Because the letter of credit has been in place. He will receive his money, okay? Then the advising bank will send the bills of lading to the issuing bank, which is on the buyer's country. And then the issuing bank will reimburse the money to the confirming bank. Okay? And then before the issuing bank can give the bill of lading to the consignee or the receiver, then he must reimburse first the money of the issuing bank. So that's the flow of the transaction, which starts from a base receipt. So that is why you will understand, for captains, the shipper will always insist that you sign a clean base receipt. However, before you do this, you must always consult your owners. Always consult your owners. If you have any doubt, consult your owners as to whether or not you want to remark the base receipt. Because your owners will talk to the charterers, and then they will have a discussion whether an LOI, letter of identity, is needed for issuing clean bills of lading. We'll go through LOI. So why might the charter request the changes in bills of lading? One, a bulk cargo is shipped under a consolidated bill of lading and is sold to different buyer in the discharge port, which one separate bill of their own. So for example, there's a 25,000 metric tons of wheat. Okay? And then they want to split these bills into 5 bills. So 5,000 metric tons each bill. Right? So, and the buyer of this cargo of these different entities. So 5 bills of lading is needed. And that is what you call splitting the bills of lading, which is also allowed in the charter part two. A cargo is sold en route to another buyer, possibly at a different discharge port, and needs a bill of lading for customs or tax purposes. That is what I'm saying when one party in the letter of credit chain did not comply with the obligations or the contract of the letter of credit, then the bank may sold the cargo to another buyer. Okay? Then a cargo is sold to a trader who wants to conceal the identity of the shipper from the buyer for commercial reason. So, for example, the shipper is CBH Australia, and then your voyage charter is, for example, Rio Tinto or Marubeni. Then Marubeni doesn't want to conceal who is the shipper is. So what Marubeni will do is to change the bill of lading. Instead of putting CBH as the shipper, Marubeni will be the shipper of the cargo in the bill of lading. So there will be a bill of lading change. Can you amend the bills of lading immediately? No. I heard someone says no. Yes. No. You cannot change or amend the bills of lading immediately. The basic principle is to collect all the bills of lading first issued, first, second, and third original, and send it to the owner's office, null and void, before a new set can be issued. Why? Because if you issue a new set bills of lading without canceling the first set, okay? For example, I have a bill of lading, and then your vessel arrived at the discharge port. Then I said, I'm the owner of the cargo. So there are two owners of the cargo, right? Because you are going to property cancel the percent. So this is for cancel the percent. To each user, and you face information which must not be changed. Port of loading. Cannot change the port of loading. If your port of loading is this way, it is this way. Whether you change it to a new piece of paper. Signature. The new bill of lading is signed by the same person as the old. If the old bill of lading was signed by or for the master, the new bill of lading should be signed for him, for his behalf. So that is why the master issues letter of authorization to sign bills of lading on his behalf. If the bills of lading signed on behalf of the master, then that is what you call an honest bill of lading. Because the master is representing the owners. So it's an extension of the owner's office. So if it says for on behalf of the master, blah blah blah, blah blah blah, then it's an owner's bill of lading. If the old bill of lading was signed by the charter as carrier, the new bill of lading will also be signed by the charter as carrier. As I said, the carrier will be the charter for the owners. So, if on the bottom of the bill of lading it says signed for or on behalf of Lawrence and Buskers, then that means that bill of lading is a charter bill of lading. If it says signed for or on behalf of Captain Abda, then it's an owner's bill of lading. Okay? Information which might be possible to change. If the owners are happy to take an LOI from a party seeking amendment, it should be possible to make the following changes. So basic rule, collect all the percent, market value or $10. But there is an extra requirement normally. That is LOI, letter of intent, to change bill of lading. Port of discharge. So long as the vessel will actually discharge there. For example, the port of discharge is say, Shanghai, okay? On the regional first set bill of lading. And then you put the the one who requests the amendment bill of lading, put the port of discharge as say Abu Dhabi. Is it allowed? First, we have to check whether that port of discharge can be reached and is on the charter part. Because when the charter says the voyage instruction, then it says what discharge port we're going to proceed to. So if it's not on the charter party, you cannot proceed to that port. So that is why the port of discharge can be changed as long as the vessel will discharge there actually. Vessel. Only when the vessel's name has been officially changed, seldom happens. Shipper's description of goods. This could be changed only when the original shipper declares the changes in writing and preferably provides evidence for supporting new description, such as commercial invoice and or certificate of origin. So as you can see, before you can change the description of the cargo, there are some documents required from the shipper, and it needs shipper's approval. Why? Because the description of the goods is also stated on the letter of credit that we have discussed. If it says Australian spring wheel, then you change it to Canadian spring wheel, then the shipper will not agree. Gross weight. This will change if the bills are split, but the total bills issued at one time should still amount to the cargo statement be on board by the original bills of lading issued at the local. So as I said, we have 25,000. Then you split it into 5 bills of lading. 5,000, 5,000, 5,000, 5,000, 6,000. Is it allowed? No, because the total quantity should equate to the original quantity stated on the bills of lading that was cancelled. The only exception is where the weight is being changed to reflect the ship's figure rather than the shipper's figure. Then this refers to the deck cargo. The same, if you split the bills of lading and the deck cargo says 100 pieces, then it should be 100 pieces in total. Right payables for charter party dated. Charter party terms are incorporated into the contract of carriage. It is important the correct charter party is shown on the face of the bill of lading. Because there are so many charter parties. There's charter party between the owner and the time charter. There's a date for that. There's a charter party between the charter and the voyage charter, and there's a date for that. Then there's a charter party or contract of sales agreement between the charter or the shipper or between the charter or the buyer, and then there's a date for that. So which date should be incorporated in the charter party? So we have to be prudent with that. The date of issue. The date of issue is usually the date the cargo was shipped on board, in which case it must not be altered. If the charter requires the date to be changed, this can be done provided the date on which the cargo was shipped on board is clearly shown elsewhere on the bills of lading. The date of issue is important because it dictates the value of the cargo. You cannot issue a post-dated and antedated bill of lading. The date on the bill of lading must be the actual date the cargo is loaded on board. If you want to have a different date of issue on the bills of lading, it is possible. For example, date of issue January 13, 2023. Then ship on board date January 12, 2023. And that ship on board date must be reflected on the face of the bill of lading. So you have the date of issue at the bottom, which is January 13. Then you have the ship on board date, which is the actual date of loading completion on the face of the bill of lading. That is allowed. As long as you reflect the actual date of loading completion on the face of the bill. Information it might be possible to change the place of issue. This can show where the cargo was loaded and the place where the whole bill was issued. Okay. You should consider the effect of this change carefully and check with the club, as the place of issue may have an effect which liability regime, egg rules, egg fishery rules, Hamburg rules, or local domestic law applies to the contract of carriage. So, when you change or switch bills of lading, place of issue is also important. It is allowed that, for example, the place of loading is Singapore, and then the place of issue of the bills of lading is, say, Japan or Tokyo. It's allowed. But you have to be careful and check with your club, because there are some places which is not signatory to these rules, and then once there's a claim, you cannot enforce it because of jurisdiction. Parang pag may kaso ka sa, if you have a case in the US, then can you be tried in the Philippines? Something like that. So it has something to do with the jurisdiction when there's a claim. So check with your club. This can have a serious effect on the carrier's liability and may also affect club owner. Shipper consignee notified address can be changed as per request of the charter, provided the original bills has been collected and cancelled. We have discussed that. Okay? It's a bit blurred to you because there's no example of the bills of lading or means receipt, but I'll show you an example and then explain further. Private this is a commercial matter between the owner and the charter and or shipper and or consignee. Members should not make a statement as the payment of freight in the bill of lading unless the statement is correct. Normally, for masters, you will encounter some bills of lading marked freight prepaid. Before this kind of bills can be signed, you have to confirm through your owners or through your charters that the freight for the cargo has actually been paid. If it has not been paid, then you cannot put this freight prepaid mark on the bill of lading. Okay, there's also freight payable as per charter party. I'll show you that the number of original bills of lading. This can be amended to show how many originals of the new bill has been issued. I will discuss that when we see the bills. Because normally, bills of lading are issued 3 originals. First original, second original, third original. Right? The first original goes to the shipper. The second original goes to the bank, or 2 original goes to the bank, and then 1 original, whether it's third or second, goes to the buyer. So it goes to the banking chain. That is why nowadays it is common to have an LOI for cargo discharge without original bills of lading, because the bills of lading is still in the banking chain. So in order for the discharge not to be delayed, then you need the LOI. Important alarm bells in situations for the issuance of as presented bills of lading under the LOI clause. That is what I've been saying. One, a bill of lading for destination outside the CP limits. Because, for example, Nissin chartered the vessel to us, towers and bunkers. For example, one-time charter trip, Singapore-Japan range. Okay? So you would expect that the voyage is also only within this way, Singapore-Japan range. Because we have to redeliver the vessel back, and you can only redeliver the vessel back to your owners within this range. If the charters instructed the vessel to go to US and deliver the vessel there, or ask you to discharge the cargo there, issue the bill of lading where the port of discharge is US, then you cannot do that because it's outside the charter party limits. So, you can doubt contact your owners. A bill of lading which does not incorporate the terms of the CP which requires to be included. As I said, the CP date is very important to be indicated in the bills of lading. What CP date? That's a discussion between the owners and the charterers. From our side, of course, we would like to use the CP date between us and our voyage charterer. But then we put it under right payable as per charter party dated, for example, January 13, 2023. Because that only refers to the freight. The owners are not entitled to the freight, but the owners are entitled to a daily hire of the ship. That is why when some owners ask us, why do you put this name? Then we just say that it refers to the freight, not for the hire. And then, yeah, but some owners do not agree with that argument. So we'll find an amicable solution to that. Bill of lading is representing the condition, quantity, and nature of the cargo. Bill of lading with incorrect date, antedated, or post-dated. Okay? As I said, the date on the bill of lading should be the date of completion of loading, and it is important because it dictates the value of the cargo. It's like when you're buying gasoline to your car. You buy gasoline to your car, price today is different than the price tomorrow, or the day after tomorrow. It's fluctuating. So whatever date is on the bills of lading, and usually that is the date where they value the cargo. The bill of lading states cargo to be loaded under deck where in fact it's on deck. The bill of lading states that freight has been paid. I have discussed that. Bill of lading issued at discharge port instead of load port. I'll show you an example. Sometimes when the voyage is short, for example 5 days, the charterers are requesting the owners, can we issue the bill of lading at the discharge port? Is it possible? Or the bill of lading must only be issued at the loading port? So, if the charterers requested the bills of lading to be issued at the discharge port, the owners must be careful because the receivers will have the bill of lading already. And then you can present it already to the master upon arrival. But then the shipper will complain, oh, the buyer have not paid my cargo. Why did you release the cargo? So there will be a problem. There will be claims. So before you can agree to issue letter of authorization to discharge from agent to issue bills of lading, always contact your owner because your owner will contact the charterers and they will have a discussion. Examples of cases you can, yeah. Okay, just bear with me and contemplate first what I've said before. Nawala yung signal. Yung signal is lost. Any questions so far? We are waiting. Please bear with me because this topic is really in depth. It's you have to learn this for years. Then right now we have to make it short and brief so that you can understand. Okay, sorry about that. Now this is a typical example of an associate. You see it at the back? You see it at the back? Okay, so this is a typical example of a matrice. for cargo of alumina, 25,000 tons. Port of loading, Bunbury, Australia, destination, Bluff, New Zealand, loaded on board 11 September 2022. As I said, the date of issue on the bill of lading can be different, provided this loaded on board date is on the face of the bill of lading. Weight, measure, quantity and condition unknown, and signed by the chief officer. Then this is the bill of lading corresponding to that mace receipt. So as you can see here, there are no shippers, there are no consignee, there's no notified party. Does it make it non-conformity with the bills of lading? When the bills of lading now reflects this shipper, consignee, notified address? The answer is no. Because basically, the mace receipt should be as simple as this only. The most important on the mace receipt is the date of loading, the description of the goods, and the quantity of the cargo loaded. So if the chief officer puts, as per draft survey, 24,300 as a remark, then it has to go through the bills of lading. Then it spoils the whole banking chain. And there will be a long discussion between the owners and the charterers, and the vessel will be delayed in port. So it is very important that the master understands this issue when making remarks on the mace receipt. So the owners has to be consulted closely and early. Okay, now we have the shipper, Rio Tinto, consignee to order, notified address, New Zealand Aluminum Company. The notified address is just there for the purpose of, as it speaks for itself, notify the consignee or the buyer of the cargo that the vessel has arrived and the cargo is ready to be discharged. So port of discharge, Bluff, New Zealand. Here's the same as the mace receipt. Right payables for charter party, clean on board. Right payables for charter party dated August 22. Okay. Then you will note, place and date of issue, Bluff, New Zealand. But the port of loading is where? Bunbury, Australia. So that's why I told you, it is possible that the place of issue is other than the port of loading, provided your owners have agreed to it. So the date of issue is the same as the loading date, which is 11th of September. Okay? Then signed by Pacific Shipping Agencies as agent, which is the agent of the discharge port. So the letter of authority issued by the master is not given to the load port agent, but instead given to the discharge port agent. So from that point, you will know that the bills of lading will not be issued. Common sense, right? That will not be issued at the loading port because you issued the letter of authorization for the discharge port agent. But before you do that, you consult your owner, as I said. Then what did I told you before? If it's signed as agent for on behalf of Master Captain Martinez, what does it say? Huh? It's an owner's bill of lading. If it says Larsen Bunkers as carriers, signed on behalf of Larsen Bunkers as carriers, then it's charter's bills of lading. Okay, one important point to note here is this is small fine print. Ship at the port of loading in apparent good order and condition on board for the carriage at the port of discharge so as near thereto she may safely get the goods specified above. So, ship in apparent good order and condition. What does it mean? It means condition as can be observed or seen by the naked eye. For example, if you have a cargo of steel coil, the outer packing of the steel coil, you can judge if it's rusty or not, right? But the inside of the cover, you don't know. So then it becomes an apparent good order condition. You have a bag of rice, shipment of bag of rice, the bags are okay, but you don't know whether it's rice inside or not. So that means it's apparent good order condition. That means as can be seen by the naked eye. So when the loading is fast, for example, grain loading, 10,000 tons per hour, then we'll also rely on this apparent good order condition. Because you cannot look in the cargo holds and see whether the cargo you're loading is wet or not, unless the loader stops. So whatever is not visible to your naked eye, then that is called the apparent good order condition. Then weight, measure, quality, condition, contents, and value unknown. Okay? So, for example, if you're loading 50 coils using one crane, then you can easily count that 50 coils. Right? But if you're loading 1,000 coils, and then you're loading 4 cranes at the same time, it's difficult for the vessel to count the coils. That's why it's shippers count when you're loading steel cargo, or general cargo, or bulk cargo. Okay? That's why it's there. Weight, measure, quality, condition, contents, and value unknown. In witness whereof, master or agent of said vessel has signed the number bills of lading indicated below of this tenor and date, any one of which being accomplished, the others shall be null and void. What does that mean? Okay. It says here you have three original bills of lading. Number of original can be 4, can be 5, but normally it's 3. So when the bills of lading is surrendered to the master at the discharge port, okay, he must put it accomplished. Why? Because it says there, okay, any one of which being accomplished, the others shall be null and void. So the 2 originals which is circulating is already null and void because you have accomplished one bill of lading. So when the bills of lading is surrendered to you, put accomplished. Scan it, send it to your owner. That's the proper thing to do. Okay, so you also have non-negotiable copies. Why do you have non-negotiable copies? Because you cannot use it to collect the cargo. You can only use first, second, third original bill of lading to collect the cargo. If you have non-negotiable copies, it's only for customs purposes, for clearing the vessel in the discharge port. So that is why some bills are stamped non-negotiable. Then here's another example of the maize receipt. And this one is a shipment of PKE from Malaysia to New Zealand. So you can see, as compared to the first maize receipt, this maize receipt is more detailed. There's the port of loading, day, port of discharge. It has the shipper's name, it has the consignee's name, it has the notified address name, it has the cargo name, the quantity, and the remarks. Okay? So this has to be in conformity. All these dot by dot, point by point, comma by comma. So that is what we are checking in the office before we release the bills. We check that the shipper details are correct, consignee details correct, notified party is correct. So it has to be point by point. Otherwise, the bills of lading is not in conformity with the basis. New Zealand ports, bulk carrier expeller. Okay, issuing. Then there's another more complicated basis in China, which is, I think, one of your ship, Australian Bulker, when we loaded windmill parts into her from China to US, and we have to change the basis. We have to ask the owners for the change of basis because of the shipper and the consignee and the description of the cargo. Then we have to issue LOI for that change. So you can see here it's more detailed. It's more detailed. Windmill towers. Then all those details has to coincide also with the shipper details here, consignee details. Point by point, dot by dot, letter by letter. Otherwise, there's a difference. Then the bank would not accept because the bank also, on the letter of credit, they also have the shipper's description, shipper's address, consignee's address. So they compare it one by one. Then they tick it with a pen, one by one, one by one. Has to be 100% identical. Okay? So, here, as you can see, we have arranged a pre-loading survey together with the owners, and these are the remarks of the surveyor in regards to the condition of the cargo. Before we have these remarks, of course, we consulted with our voice charterers. We've consulted with their buyer or shipper. It's okay with the letter of credit. That's why I told you before, there are some remarks that are okay under the letter of credit. But as I said, before you put all these remarks, there must be a close communication between the owners, the charters, and their buyers down the line. Okay. As you can see, the bills of lading is also issued in Vancouver, Washington, at the discharge port. Right? So, what does it say? It means that the master has given an LOA to issue bills of lading at the discharge port. So, the conditions of carriage, we've seen this so many times. That is why I told you the date of the charter party is important, because the charter party will be incorporated in the bills of lading. That's why it says in clause 1, all terms, conditions, liberties, exceptions of the charter party, dated overly, including law and arbitration clause, is hereby incorporated. So that is why the charter party that we have with our voice charter might have different terms and conditions as the charter party we have with your owners. So that is why, if there's a charter party date, then this has to be agreed first, what charter party date will be used. Then there is this general paramount clause, which you can also see on your time charter party NYPE. Do you have the charter party on board the ship? Right? Okay. If you have the charter party on board the ship, then try to read it and scan it, because we will also discuss it later on. And you have the general average, new general clause, general average, deviation clause, not to blame clause. Then there's another kind of basis for week, from Fremantle to all Japan ports. Then there is this bill of lading. What have you noticed? Anyone? what did you notice from this bill of lading and this bill of lading? Anyone? The format is different. The form is different. The first one is the usual content bill. Usual content bill of lading for bulk. Okay? This one is not a content bill, but it is an Australian grain bill of lading. Okay? So it's a different format. Can we use it? Yes, but it has to be on the charter party. Because the form of the bills of lading is normally, what to use is normally reflected on the charter party. So if it says you can use house grain charter party, you can use the house grain charter party. Why? Because the terms, conditions of carriage might be different. You see here, the conditions of carriage is different. Now there is this wireless clause added. So that is why the format of the bill of lading is very important. It has to be indicated in the charter party before you authorize signing it. Because the conditions of carriage might be different, and if there is a claim, then this condition of carriage will prevail. Okay? Going back, shippers, CBH grain, consigned to order. There are two types of bills of lading. One is to order bills of lading, and another one is what? Straight bills of lading. When the consignee is to order, that means it's an open bills of lading. That means whoever holds the bill of lading is the owner of the cargo. So he can pass to me, to you, to him, depending on who endorses the bill of lading. If it's a named consignee, for example, consignee or Benny, then it is a straight bill of lading. Only Marbelli can claim the cargo, nobody else. Okay? Straight and open bills of lading. That is why, okay, the shippers, CBH, endorses the bills of lading, and then the receivers, CBH Japan, endorses the bills of lading. That means the owner of the cargo is CBH Japan. Okay, so it is common for a grain shipment to Japan to have so many discharge points, correct? But it's only covered by one bill of lading, right? So normally the first bills of lading is surrendered at the first Japanese port to the master. But before arrival, the charters will say how much quantity of wheat to be discharged in Kawasaki, Chiba, blah, 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 blah. And the total of this must be together or exactly the same as the bills of lading. Okay? There are some owners, it's like what we covered a while, just few weeks back, that they want the bills of lading to be endorsed by receivers in Japan at each discharge port. Is it wrong? It's also correct. For example, Captain Joven endorses bills of lading Kawasaki, 5,000 signed. That means 5,000 will only be discharged in Kawasaki. Then the captain brings the bills of lading together with him to Nagoya. Okay? And Captain Roger endorses the bills of lading 10,000 Nagoya. And so on and so forth. And the total to be exactly the same as the bills of lading. Some owners do that, some owners don't. Because Japanese are very honest people, right? And I haven't heard any misdelivery claims in Japan since I started this commercial shipping. And also, it's a private terminal in Japan. Okay, that's it. Okay, cargo matters and claims. We will fast track this a bit. So, according to these statistics, bulk carriers has the highest cargo damage incidents based on this statistic, 36%. Why? First, we have to know the carrier's responsibility as per Hague Peace Bureau. I've been trying to say Hague Peace Bureau, which is a part of the bill of lading at the back. What is it? Hague Peace Bureau specifically states what are the carrier's responsibility, whether the carrier is the owner, whether the carrier is the charterer. First, okay, is to make the ship seaworthy. Then, to properly man, equip, and supply the ship. Then, issue bill of lading. So you cannot refuse to issue bill of lading once the cargo is loaded, because it's your duty as per this Hague Peace Bureau, which is the conditions of carriage at the back of the bill of lading. Make the holds ready to load, carry, preserve, and discharge the cargo. Carefully load, and then stow, carry, keep, care for, and discharge the cargo.
Hindi to move forward.
Okay. One example, whether to determine a ship is seaworthy or not, if the complement of officers, master, and crew on board is in line with the minimum safe manning certificate. That is why, if you are not complying with the requirements of the minimum safe manning certificate, then your managers will often ask for a dispensation. Okay, from this port to this port, with a promise to have this, for example, chief officer will join the next port. Why? Because it will make your ship unseaworthy if you don't have the full complement of officers and crew and master on board. Then the vessel should have all the equipments on board necessary for the safe navigation. If the vessel has all the radars are broken, and it makes the ship unseaworthy. If the steering is broken, it makes the ship unseaworthy. So basically, it's a class matter, right? If the class regulation has not been complied, okay, especially when regards to SOLAS or MARPOL rules, then we have an issue of the vessel being seaworthy. All supplies required to safely run the ship should be worked. A good example of this is if the ship goes from point A to point B, then it has no chart, and the ship runs aground. The investigation goes on, and then the investigator found out that you don't have a chart. Then that means you have performed the voyage with a seaworthy ship. Right? Because you cannot sink the weak support, and then because of having no chart, your vessel runs aground. So that is one good example of how a ship can be unseaworthy. The hold should be clean and fit to receive the cargo. clean and fit. Okay? That's why you're doing your whole cleaning because it's a responsibility under the Hague Peace Bureau, and it has to be fit, meaning it's watertight. It's watertight. You can open and close the holes. All the ventilators are okay. All the rubber gaskets are okay. Right? Fit to receive the cargo. Okay. So the Hague Peace Bureau also says exemptions. So it says here, neither the carrier nor the ship shall be responsible for loss or damage arising or resulting from act, neglect, or default of the master mariner, either servants of the carrier, in the navigation of the ship, or in the management of the ship. Okay? Whoever wants to benefit from the Hague Peace Bureau must present the burden of proof or evidence. Okay? Fire, act of God, and so on and so forth. In simple words, the carrier will not be responsible for damage, loss, or delays if he are not caused intentionally, provided the carrier has exercised due diligence. Due diligence. That is why when the master receives the voice order, calls in the chief engineer, the chief officer, estimate, he has a meeting. What do we need for this voyage? Do we have enough bunkers? Do we have charts? Are all our safety equipments okay? Lifeboats okay? Provision okay? Right? To safely perform the voyage. Right? Okay. I'd like to emphasize on this saving or attempting to save life or property at sea. This is called lawful deviation. Because under the bills of lading, when you load the cargo from point A and discharge the cargo to point B, you have to proceed with utmost dispatch, no deviation, with all reasonable speed, no slowing down. One exception is if you are to save life at sea. One good example is the Iberian bunker who has rescued 9 refugees in the Mediterranean Sea. Is it a lawful deviation? Yes, under this rule. Okay? Insufficiency of packing, latent defects. Okay. Wastage involved. Seawater damage. Main causes of seawater damage to the vessels or during voyage are effects on latch cover, effects on the hold entrance, effects on the ventilator, breakage, corroded holes, and cracks in the shells of split plates, overflow, counterflow of bilge water, mishandling of time of ballasting operation. Ballast tanks. Samples. I will not explain in depth all this kind of seawater damage because you're all seafarers and you know all these terms. Okay? Forgive those who are not sailing, you can ask me later after this presentation. But the photos explains for itself. Rubber gasket. Generally, rubber gaskets have a life expectancy of 45 years. Compression bar. It is usually 16 to 22 mm thick stainless steel. So everyone knows what the compression bar is, right? There are two on the water channel. There is the normal steel, and then there is the stainless steel. The stainless steel is the compression bar. So you have to teach your AB, your OS, all those who doesn't know what is a compression bar is, and why is it important. Quick acting cleats, steel washers. When the steel washers become worn down, or rubber washers become stiffen, or elasticity is lost, they should be renewed. Okay? consult your technical manager. Cleaning of hatch combing. So all of you knows it, right? All those seafarers, why do we clean the hatch combing? Why? To prevent water ingress. Hostess, heat, common when you carry it. So in this case, there must be a good communication between the tech and the engine department. No heating of fuel oil, if it can be avoided. Okay? Because we have a lot of cases of heat damage of wick, especially bound for Japan. Right. Most serious heat damage occurs because the engine department will fully understand the character of the cargo. So that is why it's important to have a safety meeting before you commence the voyage. Okay? It says here, when the heating lines are exposed, the surface of the oil are at the same level, the amount of heat transferred to the tank top plates is greater than when the tanks are full or a lot of oil in them. Where chief engineers here? Is it true? That when there is a lot of oil in the tank, then the transfer of heat is less than when it's near the heating point or below the heating point. Therefore, sufficient oil should be left in the tank with shifting consumption next to tank. Okay? I know that you have procedures about this, technical operations manual, so I will not go deep into this. Heavy fuel oil, 180 and 380 CST. What's the difference? It's the viscosity, right? Okay, to heat the oil in the double bottom tanks, the steam valves only crack open, 160 to 140. Is it true? Chief engineer can answer that. Freshwater damage, dump in vessel holes. That means you should not allow the holes to be loaded if the tank top is wet or the holes are not completely dry. Dump in the hole of a coaster used for transshipment. So when you're discharging, you also have to look at the barge, whether it has no water in it and it's dry. Rainwater, alam niyo na yan. Rain or snow during loading, opening of hatch covers at the rain and snow. Failure of hatch cover, freshwater damage. So this is what we normally encounter on board. The AVs and the oils are just opening the hatch cover without drying the top. So what happens? After the strong rain, then they want to open the hatch cover, then the water goes into the holes. Seamanship. Damage. Additional costs before loading. Damage prevention plan. Cargo shortage. Real or actual loss. Real or actual loss means its inherent price of the cargo. For example, you ship grain from Argentina to Japan. It is normal for the cargo to dry and lose the moisture content. That is why when you arrive at the discharge port, the cargo weight is less because the moisture or the inherent price of the cargo is lost in transit. So that is what you call actual loss. And then there are also external factors like leakages from the grabs, sweepings. So that's why you tender letter of protest when there are spillage during discharge or during loading of the cargo. So that is what you call actual loss. Paper shortage arises from inaccuracies in measurement, different methods of measurement. Normally, this refers to draft survey. It's called the paper shortage. Because the draft survey of the load port might be different from the discharge port. So many factors. Density, right? Constant, fuel oil, diesel oil, impalpables, cargo weights, non-cargo weights, okay? By mere draft reading, if I say it's 8 meter, then you can say it's 8.10. Again, the sweat is like that. So how do you know? Then you negotiate. And when you arrive at the discharge port, the method of determining the discharge quantity is by short scale, by truck weight. So that is why there is a difference. That is what you call paper shortage. Because no two measuring methods will ever be the same. That is why it is important that you ask your charterers how the PL quantity is to be determined, whether it's by draft survey or by short scale. This is usually indicated in the charter contract. Measurement errors, you know that. Different cargo calculation method. Ship will always rely on the draft survey. Incorrect value of constant. You know that constant is not constant, right? It is just called constant, but actually it's not constant. It changes when the ship age changes. It changes when you, for example, during delivery you don't have grabs. Now the charters put grabs on board. So this is an added constant, right? So also the mud in the ballast tanks will accumulate over time. That is why in the dry dock, to clean the tanks, remove the mud, because it adds to the constant. Okay, these are just procedures, preventive measures on how to avoid shortage claim. Okay? But always consult your owners. Okay. Interclub agreement, NYPE. Okay, this is the apportionment of cargo claims, whether it's 100% charters or 100% owners. This is agreed between PNI clubs. But of course, apportionment will depend on the evidence. When you go to the ship, look at this clause. Okay? When you have this clause, that means if there's a cargo claim, the owners and charter will settle the claim according to this agreement. Between, for example, our PNI club is North of England and then your PNI club is Japan. They will settle the cargo claim, if any, using this mechanism called ICA. Okay, the time bar for ICA is 24 months. Okay? Recovery under this agreement by an owner shall be deemed to be waived absolutely barred unless written notice of the case and card claim has been given by the other party within 24 months. So if I have a claim, I have to lodge the claim within 24 months. After that, it's time bar. Okay? There are times you can also ask for extension, but it's up to the PNI clubs. Cargo claims should be apportioned as follows. 100% owners and seaworthy. 100% charters if the loading, storage, lashing, discharge, storage, and handling of deck cargo claims arising out of. Because it's charter's responsibility under the NYPE. Subject to A and B above, shortage or overcarriage, 50% owners, 50% charters. LOI. It's common for charterers to over LOI and an attempt to persuade the master owners to issue bill of lading containing incorrect or inaccurate information. You have to refuse this LOI. These letters are a promise to indemnify the owners in respect of any liability. So it's just a promissory paper. Depends on who is giving it. So if it's given by Lauritsen, of course, asset-wise, Lauritsen has it, right? So he can fulfill that promise to you when he gives you the LOI. But it depends on the owners. So the owners will check who is issuing the LOI before they can agree to it. But normally it's on the charter party. If offered in exchange of issuing clean bills of lading, antedated or post-dated, such letters will be unenforceable. There is no clock over when you issue an antedated and post-dated bills of lading. Courts take the view that such LOI facilitate a fraud. Okay? You are cheating another party. If you say the cargo is in good condition, but it's not in good condition, then you will issue an LOI of clean bills of lading, then you're cheating the buyer. Right? You're cheating the buyer of the cargo. So this is considered as fraud, and the courts will not honor it. That is why, going back, each ship must be in strict conformity with the bills of lading. Such letters of indemnity are not legally binding. There will be no P&I cover available for claims arising from the issue of ante or stated bills of lading and the issue of bill of lading known by the master or the member contain inaccurate, incorrect description of the cargo quantity and condition. Okay, these are the normal LOI from A, B, or C. Delivering cargo without bill of lading, delivering cargo, group B, delivering cargo in a port other than stated in the bill of lading, against production of one original bill of lading. And then C is delivering cargo to other port other than stated in the bills of lading and without production of bills of lading. This is normal. This is on the charter party. And there is a format approved by IGPI, International Group of P&I Club. It's a standard format. So normally when we conclude the charter party, we will make sure that the LOI is IGPI standard. Meaning the P&I Club of the counterparty is a member of the International Group of P&I Club. Because if it's not, then it will have a different format. And that LOI will be in favor has standard format for LOI. Letters of indemnity are never letters of commercial reality. So it's up to the owners. The decision to accept letter of indemnity is a commercial decision. Calling us P&I problem. It's a commercial decision because imagine if you have LOI for starting cargo without bills of lading, then there is a list to be claim, and the owners will have that. Yes. There will be P&I cover. No. The ship will be very cargo to the one who is not. As a sound asset. Whenever the master is offered letter of indemnity issued, refused, despite of the delay and other forms of the vessel. Normally, the shipper will go direct to the master, issue LOI for continuing discharge or loading rate. Refuse. Refuse. Do not accept. Contact your owner. Okay? Because it's not on the charter party. And also, be mindful of what cargo you are loading or discharging that is being requested to be loaded or discharging rate. Okay, so these are the three LOIs, standard LOI. I presume you have seen all of this LOI. LOI instruction. Normally, when we are discharging cargo using LOI, this time frame, because the different parties might be located in different parts of the world. The shipper might be located in Europe, the owners in Japan, okay, the charter is in the US. So there's a time delay. So that is why, as master, before you arrive in the port, 3 days before arrival, 4 days before arrival, as agent, cargo discharge, PL, or LOI. LOI, then you have to notify your owner immediately so that the LOI process can be completed in time before the vessel arrives and to avoid delay to the ship. So that is why in Larsen we have the standard instructions. LOI to be received by owners latest 3 working days. Working days means Monday to Friday. So Sundays you don't read emails, you just log in 1 time, 2 times. So it has to be within the working days. Because otherwise the other party, like for example the charterers, another part of the world, would be so lazy to open up his laptop and check the LOI. So it has to be within the working days. LOI accompanied by signed DL, LOI to be issued to owners. Normally, owners and disponent owners of MV blah blah XXX and Larsen Bunkers. Normally, to our counterparty, we require this. Why? Because it's a blanket LOI. We call that a blanket LOI. That party is not only indemnifying Larsen, but it's also indemnifying leasing. Example, leasing is the owner. So it's a blanket LOI. So even though Nissan has no commercial relations with our voice charter, through this LOI, it says it's giving the indemnity even to the owners. Even to the owners. So that is why there are some LOIs we issued to owners, managers, agents of MB, blah, 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 including the agents, including the managers of the vessel. So, yeah, depends on your owner. LOI to be issued to the charter's letterhead, signed by authorized person, LOI in Word format, speed up the process. LOI requesting discharge. Paying above, charterers will not be responsible for any delays or expenses. That is our protection. We told you to send your LOI in 3 working days, but you did not do it. Now the vessel is delayed, so you cannot off-hire the ship. Right? Because of lack of cargo documentation. LOI shall be never, this is important, LOI shall never be requesting discharge into custody, but always to deliver to a named quantity. Sometimes there are smart owners who, tricky owners, I mean, who change the standard format of the LOI, not in accordance with the IGPI. They will put, please discharge into the custody of blah, 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 or the terminal. For example, in China. Refuse that one. Why? Because there could be some hidden changes, hidden charges like storage of the cargo by the terminal, and then you agree to dispose the cargo to the terminal, not to the actual receiver. The actual receiver might be outside the port. He has a factory outside the port. Then you agree to discharge the cargo into the custody of the terminal, without knowing that the terminal will charge you with terminal charges, storage charges, until the receivers take the cargo from the terminal. So that is why when we see this word in LOI, we refuse it. We don't discharge it to custody. Okay, the financial limit, 200% of the sound market value of the cargo. the time of delivery where the bank is joined in. There are some forms of LOI where it is countersigned by the bank. If it's not countersigned by the bank, then the financial limit of the liability can be more than 200%. But if it's signed by the bank wants to limit their exposure for signing the LOI to only 200% of the sound market value of the cargo. So if, for example, 1 ton of wheat is $100, then 200% of that is the limit of the liability under the LOI, if it's countersigned by the bank. Duration of security. Under Group A and AA, liability of the requester terminates upon delivery of the mobile to the owners. If you look closely at your LOI, there's a clause 5 that says that once the bills has been surrendered, then the LOI becomes null and void. Wala na, tapos na. The liability of the charterers is finished. Under Group B and C, the liability of the requester will continue until the owners can establish that no such claim will be made. Unenforceable LOI. Its purpose is to cheat, and it's unenforceable LOI. These are the examples. Enforceable LOI, those 3 LOI. LOI for delivering cargo, A, B, LOI A, B, C. Okay? It is worth to note that all PNI clauses especially states that no claim can be made where the carrier has incurred liability due to discharging cargo without waiting, if it results to misdelivery of the cargo, discharging at the wrong place, issuing bill of lading in the correct date, LOI practical consideration. Who is giving you the LOI? That is what I've been mentioning before. Are they in good financial standing? Maybe the one issuing the LOI is just a post office box with no office, with no employee. It's just a post office box. That's no asset. So before you can agree to an LOI, that needs to have a good financial standing. So that when claims arise, you can make sure that the promises can be fulfilled. In what jurisdiction they are located. For example, the one giving you LOI is in North Korea. North Korea is banned under the US list, right? So, can you accept that LOI? No. To whom delivery of the cargo is to be given? So, as I said, the LOI wording, you see, should not contain the word custody. It should be to a named party. So, for example, if the named party is Captain Joven, then it's only Captain Joven who can receive the cargo. But to such party, as if he has a representative, or if somebody is acting on behalf of him, then it's prudent for the master, right? When someone goes on board, I am the receiver of the cargo. Check your email. Is it really his name on the email that you receive from the charterers or the owners for which to deliver the cargo? If it says Captain Joven, then Captain Roger is claiming the cargo. Of course, you don't release the cargo, correct? So be careful. Whom the LOI is given. This is what I said about blanket LOI. So if you can have this kind of addressee in your LOI, address to this, it is a blanket LOI, and it's good for you. If not, normally to large and bulkers as time charter owners or blah blah blah. Normally, that's the normal one. This is the extra portion one. Blanket LOI. Does the LOI have expiry date? As I said, when the bills of lading is surrendered to the owners, the master, then the LOI becomes null and void for Group A LOI. Right. proof. I discussed that already. Gold standard. Have your LOI in your favor countersigned by the other's participant. But in reality, I have not seen this. Right? Because it's difficult for the bank to accept the LOI, which is unknown to him, which the party is unknown to him, right? So basically, if the company giving you the LOI has good financial standing, then it's okay. Okay? Jose, bills of lading. Now we are digging deeply into the NYP. Clause 8, bills of lading to be issued in strict conformity with the MINSIC. Switching bills. Issuing new bills. It says here, letter of indemnity in owner's P&L club or bill. So when you see this LOI for switch bills or changing bills, the owners or the charters will normally consult the P&I club. It's not just random draft that the owners or the charters are making. The P&I clubs are making. No liner or true bills of lading to be issued. Why? Because this extends the responsibility beyond the ship's railing. Okay? The true bills of lading. It means from terminal to terminal. The ship's liability is only from passing the ship's railing at the loading port, and then after discharging the ship's railing at the discharge port, from the ship's railing at the discharge port. This liner bills of lading extends that responsibility. So that's why it's not allowed. For containers, maybe. Okay. So all these things that I wrote here is an extract of the charter party. So I encourage masters, if you have charter party on board, read it, understand it. If you don't understand, contact your owner, and also ask me. Okay? Any delay due to late submission of LOI, switch of bill shall be for charter's account. It's clear. So, bottom line, know your charter party. If you're a master, know your charter party. What are the contracts entered between the owners and the owners, and the owners and the charters? Because if there's a dispute or claim that will arise, both parties will go back to what has been agreed. If it has not been agreed, and it's a gray area, then it will be an amicable settlement, 50-50, 70-30, things like that. If the wordings of the charter party is not so clear. So that is why during pre-fixture negotiation, both the charters and the owners are checking the clauses carefully. Is it to their advantage or not? If it's not to their advantage, then the risk should be calculated and the owners will post in some X amount. For example, from raise the hire from 10,000 to 15,000 because of this clause in the charter party, which is disadvantageous to them. Sometimes it's like that. So it's a negotiation between the owners and the charters. Under performance claim, read it as I click it. Okay. What does the word about mean? You always see this when you are given instruction, voice instruction, or piece instruction from the owners, from the charters. There's always this word about 40 knots, about 19.5 tons. What does that about means? About means if it's a speed, okay? If it's a speed is half knot less. If it's 14, half knot less is 13.5. So if your performance is 13.5 and above, charters cannot claim you because of the word above. If it's about 19.5 tons, the word about means, okay, plus 5% of 19.5. Do the math. If your consumption is within the plus 5%, then the charters cannot claim you. Okay? Eco speed without guarantee. What does without guarantee means? Without guarantee means given in good faith. The statement is given in good faith. That is what without guarantee means. So if you know that it's wrong, and then you give the details to the charterers, and it's not given in good faith, you cannot rely on the without guarantee term on the charter party. Speed and consumption, good weather. Normally, when you calculate if there's an underperformance or not, only it's in good weather. So you have to know the good weather definition in the charter party. So which is normally report for scale 4 and DSS 3, Douglas C state 3. Maximum swell, blah, 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 1.75. So it varies, depending on the charter party. So look at your charter party. What is the good weather definition? So if you receive a performance claim, okay, then you have to look whether this is in line with the good weather definition. If the calculation is in line with the good weather definition. Consumption, okay. This is one of the laws we have from the Greek one. Should deck cargo be loaded, then the owner's warranties of vessels performance will be waived. So it's the owner's advantage, right? If there's a deck cargo, there will be no underperformance claim. Why? Because they say that windage, blah, 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 is also affected. What to do? We have agreed to this. So I suppose the risk is calculated, and then the chartering department has cost in X and X amount over this, but goes in the charter party. Therefore, you know it. Douglas C state, you know it. Charters and owners have the option to employ weather routing. Normally, the charters employ the weather routing, and then, depending on the clauses, the weather routing result or report should be binding, or the master's logbook should be binding, depending on the charter parties. Sometimes it says there's a discrepancy between the master's logbook, but sometimes the master put +1, right? If it's 4, they put 5. Correct? That's reality. If the consumption is this, they put this. Okay? We know that. We know that, okay? But then, if it comes to the performance claim, as I said, what has been agreed on the charter party? Which is binding? Master's logbook, weather news. Or if there's a dispute, send the reports to the third party, and then the cost of hiring a third party will be split by the owners, but that conclusion should be binding. It depends. Read your charter party. Oh, there's another one. I encountered this good weather definition. Vessel is on even keel. I said, why did we agree to this clause? Vessel on even keel. Can the vessel sail on even keel? Huh? It's either the vessel is like that, the vessel is like that. Because of the squat, right? So, can you play? You cannot play. Because the captain will argue, oh, my vessel is not even keel. The port will be so and so tough. So I have a trip, it's not even keel. So you cannot expect me to perform the performance for charter party. So every Tuesday, our chartering department has a meeting. And then we in the ops will highlight all these bad clauses that we encounter. This clause, legal blah, blah, blah. When you fix, next, avoid this clause. Or if you want to agree with this clause, you cost in X and X amount to cover the risk of this clause. I have discussed this already. So there are so many phases on this process. We just have to read it. Okay, this is an example of a voyage audit report. Have you seen this kind of example? So we employ the weather news, for example, and then we give them the good weather description, which is this. And then from that point, eco speed is without guarantee, so we cannot claim. This one, 8.3 is full speed, and another eco speed. So the method of calculation is there. I will not explain it to you. Just I'll give this presentation to you, and then we try to do it on your calculate this. This is the formula. This is the data. How to calculate time loss and how to calculate overconsumption. Okay. Upon receiving claim, check your charter party, weather condition, they can get black book or not, which is binding. These are the things that I have said already. Oh, there's another warranty that says the vessel must only be on full native condition. In this case, you cannot claim it's in ballast. Bad clause. No adverse current. Bad clause for charterers. So, the key is good maintenance of hull and machinery. You have your technical operations manual, you have your class service status, you have your CMS, PMS, and all the S. So, adhere to it. So these are just clauses that exposes the owners. Clause 2, delivery. These are what we call the warranties of the owners to us as charterers. As you shall maintain vessel class in the full complement of master officers and crew, and all documentations must be in place. On an off-hire survey, that is why there is an off-hire bunker condition survey, because it's stipulated on the CP. During the on-hire survey, the surveyor will tell the chief engineer, or chief, don't declare a packet. You have a packet of 50 tons, don't declare it. You can use it and it's bad weather, blah, blah, blah. But the reality is, during the on-hire survey, your owners are selling the bunkers to us. So the more bunkers you declare, the more bunkers we pay as charterers. Okay? During the off-hire survey, for example, the chief engineer hits the 50 tons of pocket bunker. And during the off-hire survey, charters will get that pocket bunker, right? Then the pocket bunker will be declared. Now the charters are selling the bunkers back to the owners. So the owners are paying more bunkers now to us. They sell less and they pay more. So protect your owner. Okay? Performance of the voyage, master, conversant in English, conveyance on the CP, perform the voyage with due dispatch, bunkers, bunker quantity and prices. That's why the bunkers are important. It's one of the factors for whether the voyage is a profit or not. Quality, Okay, that's why you take samples, because there is a clause on the CP that says that the charters should provide good fuel to the ship. So in order to check that, and you have to send the samples to the lab. And the bunker claim is time barred, 30 days. That is why we as charters are also asking the vessel, please advise the bunker test results. Because if it's a bad fuel, and it's within 30 days from the delivery of the bunker, then we can claim the supplier. If it's beyond the 30 days, we cannot claim the supplier. So that's the importance. To be up to ISO standard. Because bad fuel, charter's responsibility. Feed consumption, the space is available. Okay, that's why we always encourage you to load maximum cargo, because we are entitled as charters for the full capacity of the ship. Take cargo of fire. Okay, this will be the most important cause, I would say. You will ask me that you should be careful of fire clause. What are the events that can trigger off fire? Because when the vessel is on fire, you do not pay hire to your owners. No hire. If the hire is $10,000, $24,000 per day, and then you're on hire for 8 days, that's $8,000. You're not paying $8,000 to the owners if the hire event is closed on this one. Okay. Just read the CP, NYPE. It's all there. I'm over my time. So that's why I said it's a long topic. This one. Hull fouling. Okay? Be mindful when the hull fouling clause is triggered, 20 days or 30 days. Summary. River condition, maintenance, bunker survey, voice performance, bunker quality, speed and consumption. All this is a commercial duty of the master. Know these clauses so that you can protect your owners. ETA notices is important. When you give ETA notices, use these three magic words: AGW, WP, UCAE. All goes well, weather permitting, and since circumstances always accepted. When you send an ETA, include these magic words. They can, all cleaning. I think we should have a part 2 of this. Huh? Okay, finally, what type of management company are we? Are we like this or are we like this? Do we support the higher ups so that you can achieve the goal? Or the higher ups is shouldering all the burdens because we are not doing our duties? Which is more stable? This triangle or this triangle? Thank you. Sorry, I have to overtime by 5 minutes. Sorry, to the next.
Thank you, Captain Liano. And before we proceed to our second speaker, let's have a 15 minutes break to grab a coffee or snacks. Sir, thank you. Everyone, the snacks and coffee will be served. Please stay on your chair and table, sir. Thank you. Hello, gentlemen. Please settle down. We will shoot to our seminar for the seafarers' mental health. And I would like to introduce our second speaker. She is a psychiatrist, diplomate, special board of the Philippine Psychiatry, Master of Public Health, Fellow, Philippine Society of Medical Specialists in Government Service, and presently the chairman in the Department of the Psychiatrist and Mental Health in Quirino Memorial Medical Center, head psychiatrist of Jose L. Gutierrez, and one of the PEMEC clinics of Arctic Shipping, and she will discuss about the seafarers' mental health. Everyone, please join me in giving a warm welcome to Dr. Evelyn Ramos Go.
Good morning, everybody. Mag-face reveal muna po ako. It's gonna be hard to talk with the mask on. I hope everybody knows Tagalog. I hope there are only few who understands a little bit Tagalog because my English is good for 2 minutes only. So I will be talking. First of all, I want to thank every one of you for inviting me over to talk about your mental health. Thank you, Arctic Shipping Corporation, for inviting me as one of the speakers. And thank you for the organizers of this event. So I will be talking, as I've said, about your mental health and your well-being. Okay, so this is the overview of my lecture for tonight, for today. I will be talking about mental health in general and in the context of the seafarers, you, and then I will be touching a little of the common mental health illness or mental illness that you'll be seeing while you're on board, and sometimes these are the reasons for repatriation of seafarers. So slightly I will be touching about depression, anxiety, schizophrenia, and suicide on land and on board the ship. Okay, so it will not be complete if I will not teach you how to deal with these illnesses, how you will be mentally well when you are on board, and also, since you are all officers of the ship, you need to know how to take care of your crew members mentally on board. Okay, so let's begin with a definition of health. So, according to the WHO, the World Health Organization, health is defined as it is a state of well-being and not just the mere absence of illness. So, um, if that is the definition of health, then what is mental health? So, again, by definition of the WHO, it states that it is a state of well-being in which the individual realizes his or her own abilities, they can cope with the normal stresses of life, and therefore can work productively and fruitfully and be a major contributor or be contributing to the welfare of his or her community. So therefore, it includes not just our physical health, but rather more on the emotional, psychological, and social well-being of the individual. So if we put the definition of health and mental health together, there will be no health without mental health. So it is very important that you take care of your mental health as well and not just your physical well-being. In the context of the seafarers, this is the definition of mental health, wherein seafarers must focus on the positive things that they can do to help themselves, to help yourselves and your fellow crew members, and deal better with the challenges of life on board. I know that every one of you knows how stressful it is to work on board a ship, right? I know the stress and the thoughts of you every time you go or about to go on board and prepare for your tour of duty. So that's very challenging. So this is the picture of mental health of seafarers. So it says on the studies, while I was making these slides, it's very difficult for me as a psychiatrist to find any study that relates to your kind of profession. There are only few studies or only few researches that deal with seafarers' mental health. So I guess this is very timely that your group must also deal or must also concentrate on your mental health. So in one study that I've read, it says there that mental health issues among seafarers is significantly higher than other working and general populations. On our side, as medical doctors, being a psychiatrist is a little bit higher in terms of mental wellness, mental illness. We are more prone to have mental illness than the rest of the general population of the doctors. While in your, with respect to the general population, your profession is, the term of having more mental illness on your profession is generally more higher, okay, than the general population. So while working on board, depression, anxiety, and suicidal ideations are associated with increased likelihood of injury and illness. So if you have this kind or illnesses, the chances of the effect on the performance of your work is likely to be higher as well. So this third sentence, which says depression occurring more frequently at sea, okay, due to disturbed working and resting regimens, right? Because you are in one area and there is actually no 8 to 5 hours, right, of work. Even though you have stopped your working at this time, your mind is still continuing to work because you are still on board the ship, right? So the chances of you having depression is high as well. And the reason is because of the longer working hours. And we need to be truthful, not just the long working hours, but as well um, disturb regular sexual life. Do you agree? Yes, okay. So this is one thing, okay, that is also a factor on the development of stress and depression because it is disturbed because sexual life is disturbed because you stay on board for about how long? 6 to 9 months, right? And sometimes you extend the number of months. Okay, so this is the picture of Filipino seafarers' mental health. Okay. There was a study done by Abaya and others. They studied 6,759 repatriated cases due to medical reasons. Okay. He stated in his report that these cases of the 6,759 cases, 118 or 1.1% was categorized as a due to a psychiatric disorder. So it could be due to anxiety, depression, psychosis, or bipolar disorder. Later, I will discuss about these illnesses. And then there was also a study done by Sanchez that and it was presented during the 2013 Maritime Health Convention or conference done in France. And he presented or he found out in his study that there were 4 cases of disembarkation of Filipinos with mental illness. Although this is just 4, we should also look into it. No? We should prepare for this so that we all know that prevention is better than having an ounce of cure. Then another study, according to Bell and Jensen, also analyzed 25,039 cases of disembarkation due to various medical reasons. And in these 25,000 cases, Filipinos accounted for less than 1% of the cases. So about 105 cases for only one psychiatric case was noted or was reported. And then lastly, another study done by Abaya in 2018, he analyzed the repatriation cases and documented 51,850 Filipinos who have worked on board for more than 200 days. So this was from January 2014 to December 2016. So about 2 years, there were 51,850 cases of medical illness, and that resulted to disembarkation. And they found out of these cases, there's less than 1% repatriation due to a mental illness. So what does this data of this picture tells us? It tells us that there is very low reporting of mental illness. Why? Probably because of the stigma attached on the mental illness as well. Okay? Like if you are found to have a mental illness, what will the other people tell you? That's the stigma. And then it will affect as well your chances of getting back to your job after, okay, or before getting back after having the mental illness. So that's one problem. And then also this data tells us on the positive side that because there is little reporting of mental illness, it tells us on the positive side that probably we Filipinos are very resilient at sea, meaning we cope very well, okay, with the stresses that we do on board while on sea and while on tour of duty. So that's the positive side, and that's good to hear. So because of this analysis, because of this data, they made or they reported the factors affecting seafarers' mental health. So these are the which includes loneliness, short ship turnabout time, okay, lack of shore leave, also separations. Of course, you're going to be lonely because you get separated from your spouses and from your families. And then there's problem with job retention, and then long working hours, just as I've said, that you finish your tour of duty, but your mind is still working while you are on board. And then there's the problem of piracy, maritime piracy, and criminalization of seafarers. I will not discuss all of these factors in depth because I know that you know what I'm talking about, most especially what is criminalization of seafarers. As officers, as masters, I know that whenever you have a problem or you get spillage of oil on the, and you do not like that to happen, but instead you will be charged with criminal charges, right? Because for many reasons. So that's criminalization of seafarers. And because of that, those are the causes that seafarers are prone to mental illness. So I would just like to talk more on the maritime piracy because these definitely have an effect on you. Actually, our clinic had there was one time that we had stress debriefing on the people who had suffered from maritime piracy in the Indian Ocean. Okay, so I'd like to deal on that more. Okay, so maritime piracy has an effect on your mental illness. Even though you tell me, okay, that no, doc, I'm okay, okay lang ako, kaya ko yan. Okay? But when you are a victim of piracy, I guarantee you it will have a mental effect on you. Just like the ones that we did, I think there were about 20, right? 20 victims of piracy in the Indian Ocean. It's in the other shipping company. They when they were brought here in the Philippines, it's good that the management told us and we were able to do stress debriefing. The moment that they sat on the group, everyone cried. But while they were in Hong Kong, waiting for their plane back here. Everybody was happy, everybody was smiling, and telling us that it's good that we're going to be back on the Philippines. However, the management opted that we debrief them. And because of that debriefing, everybody was more than fine and they went back in their job. Only two we found out that this person has PTSD or post-traumatic stress disorder, and one led into depression. So, according to D. Connor Sale, he made a research using clinically validated skills for tracking the lasting effect of maritime piracy on seafarers. And he found out that 25.77% of former hostages show symptoms consistent with, so 25% is very big amount, very big size. He found out that these people showed symptoms of post-traumatic stress disorder. And that hostage experience and other maritime trauma, like they're being held or they saw somebody killed during that time of piracy, a crew member also being killed at that time of piracy, they had an impact on their well-being. And these also resulted to their decision about if they need to continue their career as a seafarer. So we psychiatrists, we do not want that to happen. We want you to continue your career as seafarers. Okay? I usually tell my doctors, my younger doctors who are in training in our hospital, that if they're about to quit their training, talk to me first. Okay, let's talk about it because I want you to be a specialist. So with you also, if you are on the verge of quitting your career, you're already officers, you're already masters. If you are on the verge of quitting for whatever purpose, talk to a mental specialist. Okay, whether a psychiatrist or a psychologist before you decide to end your career as a officer or as a seafarer. Okay? And then one study made by Maritime Piracy of One Earth Future Foundation, okay? They made this study during the height of maritime piracy crisis, particularly in the years from 2009 to 2019. So that's about 10 years. Where approximately in this study, 6,000 Filipino seafarers had been subjected, they found out, had been subjected to pirate attacks and hostage taking. Can I see hands if you were able to experience maritime piracy or hostage taking on board? Anybody? Oh, good to hear. Nobody. Nobody from this group. Because the tremendous effect on your mental health is really severe. Okay? So that's good to hear that nobody have experienced that. So in this study, the foundation made series of reports. Okay? Um, when they presented, they made series of reports of their findings, which includes that it is not only the seafarers who had an impact on the mental well-being, their mental well-being, but as well, the families were also affected. So if you are a part of this experience, I mean, you do not want your family to have the same mental anguish as you have, right? But in the research done by One Earth Future Foundation, the members of the family of that seafarer that was held hostage, they had the same severity of PTSD as their family members or their husband, okay, or their partner. So it means that there's psychological trauma. Of course, when you are held hostage, there is definitely psychological trauma. So depression and anxiety were also reported to be one of the mental illness as effect of piracy and as effect of hostage taking. So let's talk about depression. Now we go to mental illness as well. As a psychiatrist, even though this is my work, I do not want you to go into depression for whatever reason. So let's talk about this so that you will be aware of what you should do and what are the warning signs before you go into a full-blown depression. So what is depression? Depression is the leading cause of global disease burden. Okay? Among the mental, neurological, and substance use disorder. The WHO predicts depression will be the leading cause of disease burden globally by the year 2030. This is the reason why the WHO is really pushing for mental health awareness because they predicted that by year 2030, ilang taon na lang po yun, no? 7 years, magiging siya na yung top reason why there is a burden, global burden in terms of health and in terms of economics. So you could picture, actually, 10 years or 20 years ago, the WHO predicted by the year 2020, depression and anxiety will be the top cause of the second leading cause of illness. And this became true when COVID-19 hit us, right? We were, everybody has anxiety, worry, because what will happen to us now because of the COVID-19, especially you seafarers, because once you are back here in the Philippines, you're gonna be house or quarantine for 2 weeks. And that 2 weeks is very grueling. Okay? So I have plenty of seafarers that became my patients because of depression and anxiety. So this is the projection of the WHO. And studies have shown that seafarers have significantly higher incidence of depression. Okay? So, what is depression then? Depression is a disorder. A disorder meaning hindi na lang siya sandali lang or it's just a momentary time, but rather it becomes a disorder when it already affects your way of life. So, this is a disorder that results from a combination of biological, meaning it's already inside your body, physical, psychological, it's in your mind, okay? And social factors, meaning interrelationship or your relationship with other people. It's a result, it's a combination of all these factors that you will develop depression. It is not just because it is inherent in you or it's familial, meaning your dad suffered from depression, you will also suffer from depression. No, it's not like that. It's interplay of biological, environmental, work also, and then your relationship with other people. So it is not just, as I've said, depression is not just a momentary feeling. Like, hindi lang dumating yung order nyo sa Lazada. Excuse me, I hope you understand. I know it, even though you're men, you also order from Lazada, right? So if that order doesn't reach you in the time that you want it, you go into depression. So parang handy term, like nadidepress ako kasi wala pa yung order ko sa Shopee at wala pa yung order ko sa Lazada. Tumatawa si ma'am, siguro ganun yung feeling niya. That is not depression. Okay? That is just feeling sad or feeling blue. Depression goes beyond that feeling. No? And that feeling of blue can turn tide, meaning it can turn you over and it could impact your life, leading to financial or economic loss. So that's the depression. So um, depression is definitely associated with significant economic loss. Why? Let me tell you a story I've read in one of the journals I've read while I was preparing these slides. There was a recent case in Australia that highlights how a ship can lose several days and a large amount of money due to the disappearance of an officer. Okay? So on a Saturday, that was April 9, 2011, the Korean master of the 80,176 tonnage bulk carrier named Ocean Caesar was reported missing at around 4:15 p.m. Okay? So this happened about 40 nautical miles northeast of Sandy Bay, Queensland, Australia. So when the report came in, the aircraft of the Australian Maritime Safety Authority conducted a search throughout Saturday and Sunday. So sana sa Philippines may ganun din. No? Pag may report na missing, pati maritime or yung aircraft natin magagamit to find that missing person at sea. So AMSA conducted a search for 2 days. They even used infrared sensing equipment at night just to find the missing master, Korean master. Unfortunately, the master was not found. So the Ocean Caesar was forced to divert to a Queensland port while AMSA, the Australian Transport Safety Bureau, and local authorities conducted an investigation for over several days. So there was this unexpected economic loss to the shipping line of the bunker being diverted. And then spending days in the port, and you know how much it costs the owner. It costs the owner just to find that missing master. It cost them 50,000 to 100,000 US dollars. Okay, so the cost on that is not yet added, or the cost to bring a new master to Australia is not yet included in the 50,000 to 100,000 US dollars. So, why am I telling you this? Because when a ship's voyage is stopped or diverted because of mentally ill seafarer or a seafarer disappearing at sea, the dollar cost to the ship owner or charterer can be high. So, what is the connection of the seafarer disappearing at sea? There was a study found that 50% of cases of people or seafarers that disappear at sea is a form of suicide. Okay, 50%. So that's a big amount or a big number. So pag may nawala palang seafarer, they will conclude, pag tapos na yung investigation, they will conclude that it is a suicide. Okay, that is why it is very important for you to know what are the symptoms or what do you see with a person who has a depression or about to have a depression. So in DSM-5, that's the book or the Bible of us psychiatrists, they listed 9 symptoms or 9 things that you should know. Okay? You should know by heart, being masters and officers of the ship. Okay? Para whenever you see a crew member having this, like injector your mind, but probably this person is suffering from an episode of depression. So therefore, if you have this, you will be able to prevent depression and also therefore prevent any economic loss from for the owner. Okay. Plus, that crew member will have you as part of your life because you were able to save them from the consequence of depression. So the 9 symptoms are, in order for you to know, to be diagnosed as depression, you need to have a depressed mood. Okay? Lagi kang malungkot. For a period of 2 weeks, yung kalungkutan mo or your depressed mood should be present for 2 weeks and not less than 2 weeks. Or you say that I'm sad for 2 days only. That is not depression. That is just feeling blue. Okay? And then there's marked loss of interest and pleasure. In addition to this, there are also the number one complaint that patients come to us is about sleep change. They have difficulty of sleeping. So number one yun. If a crew member comes to you while on board and tell you that I have difficulty of sleeping, medyo take this seriously. Okay? Because this is the first symptom that a patient will experience. It could be insomnia, difficulty of sleeping, or hypersomnia, wherein the person is always sleeping, okay? Or tulog ng tulog. Okay? Do not judge that this crew member, if they have hypersomnia, do not judge yet that this person is lazy. Okay? Medyo open your mind na probably this person is going into some kind of experience or situation and talk to that person. But there's a big difference from having fatigue or laging pagod. In Tagalog, sir, that's pagod. Okay? Iba yung laging pagod sa pinanganak na pagod. Okay? Hindi tayo yon. Yung pinanganak na pagod, yun talaga ang tamad. Pero yung ngayon lang na pagod, that is not laziness. It could be a symptom of depression. And then there's appetite change as well. So appetite change could be nawalan ka ng ganang kumain, you do not want to eat anymore, or there's one typical depression that we say that you always eat, kain ka na lang ng kain. Sa mga babae, ano to, this is very typical. When our husbands or our spouse has another partner, we tend to, women tend to eat more. No? Not decrease appetite, but increase appetite. And we want to go to a parlor, diba? When we have a problem, I do not know what's with our hair, but we always cut our hair when we are depressed. Okay? So that's one thing. And then there's also inappropriate guilt, impaired concentration, there's memory loss, there's problem of memory recall and memory retention, and then there's easy distractibility, you cannot concentrate, there's psychomotor agitation or psychomotor retardation, you are withdrawn, you do not want to mingle with other crew members anymore, okay? And then there's lack of energy. Yun nga, yung fatigue. So, masyadong maliit po para makita nyo. So, I've devised for you to know an easy word for you to remember while you are on board. So, just remember the term depress. Okay? So, while you are talking to your crew member and you want to depress or into about to suffer from depression, you think of the word depress. So depress is spelled as D-E-P-R-E-S-S-E-D. Actually, I use this in my clinic. So depressed, D is for depressed mood. Diba? Ito yung symptoms. These are the 9 symptoms that I've been talking about. So first is the presence of disturbed, depressed mood. And this depressed mood should be present for a period of 2 weeks. Remember, duration is very important. Okay? when somebody tells you, nalulungkot ako, I'm saddened for whatever reason, you ask when that feeling started. Dapat 2 weeks pa yan nararamdaman, more than 2 weeks. And then E is for energy is low. Okay? You will see or somebody will report to you that this crew member is always always tired, doesn't want to extend working hours. Okay? So that's one symptom. And then psychomotor changes, meaning withdrawal from other people, withdrawn or agitation. Withdrawn, nasa isang tabi lang, laging tulala, ay black stares, or ang kulit naman. No, it's the opposite, the exact opposite of withdrawal. And then the R is for restlessness. Okay? E is for esteem, wherein the crew member will tell you, I think I am not a part of this, or my being is not suited for my work. I don't see myself as being as good as you. Okay? So, nawawala na yung esteem nila. Nagkakaroon na sila ng negative thoughts about themselves. Okay? And then there's also the presence of change in the cognition. There are 4 cognitive faculties of the brain. Pag meron na ito, nakita nyo na, you call your doctor, or you call, if you're on board, report. Okay? It's very important that you report to the crew member that you see or found na meron silang depression. Okay? So what are the 4 cognitive functions of the brain? It has to deal first with memory recall and memory retention. So kapag nagiging makakalimutin na, so that's one point. Okay? Another is decrease in concentration. Therefore, they are easily distracted. Okay? It's not that when a sexy lady or a beautiful woman passes you by and then you momentarily lose your concentration. Hindi po yun. But rather should be present for more than 2 weeks in order for us to diagnose, or in order for us to know that this person is suffering from depression. So easy distractibility. And then there's poor judgment call. If you ask this person, what should I do if I am faced with this kind of problem? That person will not offer you any kind of solution, or will not tell you what to do. So those are and then abstraction. There is difficulty of telling what is the difference and similarities of things. Like, he cannot tell you the difference between a banana and an apple. Okay? So, isa yun. In clinics, we always ask that, ano or what is the difference between a banana and an apple? So I'll ask you, I'll check if you have a good abstraction. So let me ask you, Sarah muna kung nakita. So what do you think is the difference between an apple and a banana? Give me one difference. The shape. Ay, very good. Hindi pa siya psychotic. Normal pa siya. So, shape. What do you mean by shape? A banana is long and an apple is round. Okay, some kind of round. Okay. O, siyempre, sir, kasunod kayo. So, another difference. What else? What do you think is the difference between banana and apple? Color. Very good. Hindi rin siya psychotic. Okay, color. Oh, what is the color of banana?
It's either green or yellow,
Okay.
and the apple is red, or
Okay.
green apple as
Do
well.
you agree? Hindi kayo psychotic din. Oh, sir, ikaw po, we have the color, we have the shape. What else? What do you think is the difference? Ha? Ano yun? Taste ba, sir? Inunahan ka. Oh, taste. Sige nga. Who answered taste? The difference between the taste of anong difference? May difference ba? Yes. Okay. Kasi, sir, banana taste sweet. What about apple?
It is a sour apple like green apple.
Okay, so it's kind of similar, diba? It's not actually the differentiating point. Sir, what do you think is another example or another difference of banana? Anybody? Wala na kayong maisip? Anybody? Ayaw. Ano po?
The tree. Based on not the fruits,
But
but the trees.
on how they were grown.
Yes.
So banana is from banana tree. And apple is from the apple tree. Pwede rin. Similar yun, similarities. Okay? The point that I'm telling you this because when a person is psychotic or depressed, their thinking is concrete, meaning they do not go beyond abstraction. So what they said is a concrete thing. It's not abstraction. Therefore, you are on the verge of psychosis. Joke lang. It's not normal. Kasi abstraction is you go beyond what you know or concreteness of a ano. And normally, that's the answer of patients. But one patient, when I was doing my residency at NCMH, the National Center for Mental Health, I asked that question, what is the difference between banana and an apple? Amazingly, he answered like this. A banana can be eaten with rice, while an apple cannot be eaten with rice. That is abstraction. Okay. Unfortunately, that patient is a mental patient. So, dun na ako sa sagot nyo. Kesa dun sa sagot niya. Okay? So, that's an example of you checking about cognition, about abstraction. And then you ask for sleep change again. Okay? Whether it's insomnia or hypersomnia. Eating change also would change, with result from weight loss or weight gain. Okay? Kain ng kain, therefore weight gain. And the last is death thoughts or thinking about suicide. And that we do not want to happen. Okay? So, because these kind of symptoms, to tell that your crew member is suffering from major depression or definitely a depression that needs mental specialist management, there should be 5 of these 9 symptoms. Kapag 4 lang, gamutin nyo na, kaya nyo na yan. You can manage it. So I'm gonna teach you how to. Okay? And then these symptoms must be affecting already one area of functioning, wherein it already, because of the symptoms, it already affected their work or their relationship with their families. So, if you are faced with depression on board, what should you do? Wala namang kami doon, psychiatrist, right? Wala naman psychologist. So, you will act as the doctor. You will act as the mental health specialist. So, this is how you manage it. Actually, you can use this also with your children, right? If or a family member having or going into depression. So, first, you encourage them to try to do the following things, even if they have difficulty. Like, you tell them to do again the pleasurable activities that they used to do. Right? Yayain mo, lumabas kayo. If you are on board the ship, I do not know where you will go. Probably talk. Okay? And then do the triad of good physical and mental health. Do sex. Okay? O, hindi yung sex na sex, Dr. Lunas. Okay? Sex includes S for sleep. Okay? You must encourage that these crew member must have an adequate quality sleep. Okay? And then you must encourage to eat proper diet, and it should be on time. And exercise regularly. I know for a fact that based on what I heard sa mga kapitan ng barko na naging pasyente ko, during their tour of duty, they have a morning exercise, right, on board the ship. So that's good. Okay, so encourage that every day para hindi magkaroon ng uwang na magkaroon ng depression. And then socialize, encourage more socialization, spend time with family and good friends. How can you spend time with family when you are on board? Make use of that technology. Allow them to talk to their family as well. And then participate in community and other social activities. What is your community when you are on board? Of course, the community of people on the ship. Okay, so gawa kayo ng social activities. You will be with each other for 9 months, 6 months. So as officers and masters, you are responsible for this social activity. Okay? So what is the consequence if you let your crew member or family member fall into complete depression? The consequence is they can lead to other mental health conditions such as anxiety, schizophrenia, and suicide. Most of my patients coming from your profession, of your line or your level, they are already masters or mga kapitan na ng barko. The number one cause of reason or the number one reason why they seek my help is because of anxiety. Okay? What is the reason for being anxious? Hindi ko po maintindihan with all of you. You as masters have a lot of money. Your salaries are more than I receive in a month. However, you still have a problem with money. I really don't know why. Kung may problem kayo on spending, give it to me. I won't have any problem with that. But majority of my patients, my kapitan ng patients, is because of financial or problems. That's the reason why they come to me. So let us talk about anxiety. Because this is the number one mental health problem that seafarers come to me for help. So what is anxiety? Anxiety is a normal response to stress and can even be beneficial in some situations, such as increasing attention and focus on the test or work task. So therefore, anxiety is also positive thing. It will make us work more or think more. That's positive anxiety. Whereas anxiety that refers to feelings of worry, nervousness, apprehension, or fear commonly experienced by people when faced with something they view as challenging or stressful. This is what we call a negative anxiety. This is the one that we do not want to experience, the negative anxiety. So, if there are two poles of anxiety, it is normal and abnormal. How do we differentiate one from the another? We differentiate it by it's one. Normal worry or normal anxiety is just worrying for a time being. It lasts for only a short time. Okay? Normally, this doesn't get in the way of your everyday life. Ito yung tinatawag natin na normal everyday stresses. What is that? Traffic, cars, going to work. Yan, normal everyday stresses. For the ladies, for the women, it's the budget on utilities. That is normal. We can control that. Okay? You can control that worrying. And then normally your worries are few and about relevant things. No? While they are disagreeable at that time, but they are not really upsetting. Whereas in generalized anxiety disorder, that's GAD, there is excessive and persistent worrying. Okay? Na lumabas ka na sa normal stress. Okay? You worry so much that it is constant or continuous and it interferes. It now interferes with your everyday life. You cannot now go to work. You cannot do simple things at home. So that's a disorder already. And if in the normal worry, you can control your worrying, in GAD, anxiety disorder, your worries control you or it becomes uncontrollable. So you worry about so many things and your worries escalate disappropriately and you feel stressed or ill. You feel like there's no way out. Okay? That becomes excessive. For other people, okay lang yan, mawawala din yan. But for you, for that person who is having a generalized anxiety disorder, the small thing is escalated to bigger things, bigger problem. And this worrying has been with you for every day for a period of 6 months. Okay? So hindi it doesn't become a problem kung less than 6 months. Okay? So what can you do if the person or a crew member has anxiety attack? So this is what you should do. Okay? If the person is having anxiety attack, okay, you must understand that it is normal to feel anxious at times and worry. We all have a fight and flight response. Normal lang po yun. Kung if we are faced with danger, there are two things that we can do. We fight, okay, or we fly. Alis na lang tayo. Hindi na tayo makikigulo. That is a normal thing to do. Oh, your battery is running low. Sir, battery po is running low. I think it's just how many percent? Okay, so to continue, you must realize also that even in the normal times, you may feel shortness of breath. Nahihirapan kang huminga. Diba yun yung time na pag ninenervyos tayo? And then you would feel the beating of your heart. That's palpitation. Tapos ang bilis than normal. Normally, when you are seated there and you're all calm down, wala kayong nararamdaman na tibok ng puso, right? But if you are having anxiety, you will be able to feel that. Okay? So how would you deal with this anxious thought? Okay? You tackle anxious thoughts by using coping mechanisms or positive self-talk. And you can do this. No, kahit kayo, pag ninenervyos ka na, sabi mo, kaya ko to. No, it's okay to feel nervous and I can manage it. Okay? What I want you to learn, I hope we have the time and we will have another session for this because this is very important for you masters and officers of the ship. When you are faced with a crew member that is definitely anxious for a time being, you must know how to deal with them. And one way of dealing with them is to make them do the breathing relaxation technique. So ito yung binabayaran sa amin ng mahal. Ito yung pinapa-exercise namin sa mga pasyente when they are anxious or feeling anxious. Do you want me to teach you? It will take few minutes lang naman. Okay? Let me show me hands if you want to learn the breathing exercises. Okay. Okay. So pwede nyo itong gamitin actually while on board, while on the office, and you can also teach this to your family when they are feeling anxious and nervous. So this is the breathing relaxation technique. Okay? So I want you to sit comfortably, no cross legs. Okay? Sit comfortably, feet calmly rested on the ground, no crossing of feet. Okay? If you have something on your body right now, take it off. Put it on the table. Okay? So comfortable. Your back, comfortably resting on the backrest. Okay? Your hands, your one hand, place it on your lap. Follow nyo to pag ginawa nyo to, when you do this with your family or crew member, exactly how we do it now. So one hand place on the lap, okay? And the other hand placed in front of them. Okay. We will do breathing. Inhale, exhale. Ay, doktora, inhale, exhale lang pala yan. Ba't ang dami mong ate? Okay, because I want you to learn the proper way of deep inhaling. Deep inhaling is not putting your shoulders up. Like, inhale, hindi po ganon. Okay, mali yun. You deep inhale through the nostrils. The reason why I want you to put your hand on the tummy, because the proper way of deep inhaling is when you inhale deeply, your hand will be pushed forward by your abdomen. Try it. Okay, sige, inhale. Ramdam nyo, pinupush. Okay, that's the proper way of deep inhaling. For this relaxation, I want you to slowly inhale through your nostrils. So inhale. Inhale slowly, okay? Inhale. Hold for 1, 2, 3. Exhale. Deeply. Okay? And slowly. Again. Inhale. Hold. 1, 2, 3. Exhale. Another. Inhale. 1, 2, 3. Exhale. Do it for 5 counts. Inhale again. 1, 2, 3. Exhale. Another one. Inhale. 1, 2, 3. Exhale slowly. This time, on the 6th count, close your eyes. Close your eyes. Close your eyes. Don't look at my beautiful face. Close your eyes. Think of a calm place that you want to go to. Maybe it's your house, your room. Think of a person that will calm you down. Maybe your spouse, your partner, your dog, anybody that will calm you down. Are you there already of that image in your mind? So with that image, without thought, we start to inhale again. Inhale. Hold. 1, 2, 3. Exhale. Again with that thought, inhale slowly. 1, 2, 3. Exhale. Inhale. 1, 2, 3. Exhale. Inhale. 1, 2, 3. Exhale. Last. Inhale. 1, 2, 3. Exhale. And wake up. Huwag na po kayo. Okay, how do you feel? It's more relaxed, right? Okay. Naantok nga, kaya nga sinabi ko wake up. That's deep breathing relaxation. And at the end of the 10 counts, you tell your crew member who is currently anxious to drink water. Okay, that's another one. So you may drink if you want. Kung nai-stress kayo sa lecture ko. Okay, and tell me, how do you feel now that you did a deep breathing? The reason for that is there is calmness when there is increased oxygenation on the brain. That is the scientific explanation for that. Okay. If it doesn't help, Doc, or hindi pa rin ako nakakalma, what do we do now? We do the grounding technique. Okay? The grounding technique is 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So this grounding technique makes use of the senses. The sense of vision, hearing, touch, smell, and the last is emotion. Okay. So how do we do it? You tell your crew member or anybody, your friend or your family member na at the moment is having a panic attack. O sige, upo ka, just calm down. Breathing ka muna. And then, pag hindi pa siya na subdue or hindi pa siya na calm, okay, look at me. Tell that. Okay? I want you to find 5 things that you could see right now. Okay? Go. Tell to yourself or tell to me, what are the 5 things that you could see right now? Silently. Okay? 5 things that you could see. I could see you, doctor. I could see the PowerPoint presentation. So, allow them to talk. Okay? 5 things. Then after 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 4. 4 things that you can touch right now. Okay? So the person in front of you will be touching anything. I could touch the tablecloth. Ganyan. O kaya I'm touching right now, doctor, my cell phone. Okay, sige lang, kwento ka lang, 4 things. O, nakadalawa ka na. Pag natapos na siya, finish with the 4 things that they are touching. Then tell me 3 things that you could hear right now. So, while on board, I could hear your voice, sir. O, name 2 things more. I could hear the people at the back laughing. One more, I could hear the engine. That's already 3. 2. 5, 4, 3, 2. Diba? Name 2 things that you can smell right now. But, tama ka, eksakto ka, sir. Amoy ko, maasim yung katabi ko. Okay, sige. Okay. In that way, tatawa, right? So, that's a positive thing. Or, I could smell your perfume, sir. Okay. Or, I could smell the sourness of the other crew members. Okay. In that way, your crew member will laugh. And then last, or now, name 1 emotion that you feel at this very moment. And you will, I feel calm, I feel still angry or whatever. So just name that. The purpose of this 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 grounding method is to take the mind off the mind momentarily. To take the anxiety, the depression, the anxiety thought of the mind of the person. Okay? So practicing nyo to pagdating nyo sa barko. Okay? Para hindi magkaroon ng anxiety ang inyong mga crew members. Now we go to schizophrenia. So you will be our ally while on board the ship. So what is schizophrenia? This is what we do not want to happen to a patient. Because schizophrenia is a serious mental illness. It is characterized by incoherent or illogical thoughts, there's bizarre behavior and speech, there's delusion, and hallucinations. Hallucinations in the form of hearing voices. If somebody hears a voice already that only he can hear, schizophrenia po yun. That's psychosis. And we always ask that, may boses ka na bang naririnig na ikaw lang ang nakakarinig? Sometimes patients do tell us, meron po, we have. And then we continue the conversation. What kind of voice do you hear? Is it a male or a female? Mga ganyan. Apparently, yung voices na naririnig nila is the voice of their stressor. Okay, so that's the beauty of psychiatry. Okay. And then what is delusion? Delusion is a fixed false belief. Like many times seafarers, they always tell me that they think someone in the ship wants to kill me. I always hear his voice telling me, patayin kita, papatayin kita. That is already schizophrenia. If you have this kind of person on board, this is what you should do. Again, ensure safety of that person and also the safety of your crew. Why? Because hearing voices, sometimes it's a command thing telling that person to hurt other people. Okay? So then reduce stress and how do you reduce stress when you are on board? If that person is placed on an area na is doing work, probably put them in an area that is less work while on board. Okay? So that's one way. And then do the triad again, do the sexting. And when you go ashore, okay, offshore, you refer immediately that patient to that person to a doctor, a specialist, because that person definitely needs antipsychotic medication to get well. Okay? So, yun muna yung gagawin nyo. Kumbaga, these are the first aid, mental first aid. Now, we go to the last topic, and this is very important, suicide. Okay? So what is suicide? It is a desperate attempt to escape suffering and become unbearable. So it is blinded by feelings of self-loathing, helplessness, hopelessness, worthlessness, lahat ng less, and there's isolation. Okay? So first we understand what is suicide at sea. Okay, so again, I've read data or regarding suicide at sea and found out that Roberts and others, while studying the United Kingdom fleet from 1976 to 2005, found that there are 57 cases of suicide among the 1,515 total deaths. So that's about the death due to suicide is about 3.8%. And 90 seafarers who went missing at sea. 90 cases of the 1,515. So that's a relatively large amount or large number. Many social scientists studying the deaths of seafarers believe that about 50% of seafarers who disappear at sea are suicide victims. So if you remember the story about about the Korean master, I think they found out that it is a form of suicide when they were not able to see the Korean master. Parang walang foul play na nangyari, but they concluded that it can be a form of suicide. And then Borsch and others studied deaths among the Danish seafarers from 1986 to 2009. So it's a long time. And reported 36 suicides or 11% out of the total of 356 deaths. So the rate of suicide dropped from 14.4 in 1986 to 1993 to 7.8. So there's a drop of almost half. In the years 2001 to 2009. So is this good news? Yes, because they attributed the down or the decrease in factors such as there are already preventive interventions relating to vessel safety, work environment, improve medical care on board. Actually, Jose Gutierrez does that. We have medical care, we go medical care on board, and to technological and organizational change within the Danish seafarers. Okay? So because of these things, because of these factors, there was a decrease in suicide rate. So to understand more, these are the factors. Majority of the causes of suicide is due to a relationship problem. So before going on board, you must settle any kind of problem with your spouse, with your family, because this will affect you when you are already on board. There's 42%. And then comes crisis in the past or upcoming 2 weeks. An example of this is death. Okay? Death in the family or death of a friend. There's problematic substance use. We all know that if coming from a tour of duty, when you go to your families, what do you usually do? You drink, right? Alcohol, drinking of alcohol and other substances will definitely make an effect on you while on board. And then physical health problem, which includes hypertension, diabetes, and then the number one, actually this is the number one problem of seafarers, job and financial problem. Because you do not have the security that you will be able to find another job, diba? After your tour of duty of 6 to 9 months. So magpapahinga ka muna. And then hindi mo alam kung may sasakay ka ulit. And then there's criminal or legal problem and loss of housing. So, what are the warning signs of suicide? Okay, ito yung kailangan yung alamin by heart. When you are on board and somebody talks about killing or harming themselves, that's a red flag. Okay? And then if you would look closely, these are also symptoms of depression, like there's loss of interest to day-to-day activities, there's dramatic mood swing. Kanina, ang saya-saya, biglang after eating, naging malungkot na. Or there's irritability, or withdrawing from others. After their tour of duty, they would just go into their bunker and go on the bed without talking to anybody. Okay, so these are the warning signs. And then sudden sense of calmness. What is this? They will tell you, normal lang na sabihin na, okay lang ako sir, tahimik ako ngayon. Pero you do not know that this is already a red flag. So you ask for the other symptoms, like there was a case given to me by Sir Joe na before that seafarer committed suicide, right? Naghang siya using the rope from the ship. Before that, nag-seek na siya ng little means. Nagplano na actually. Nagplano na, and then nag-goodbye na kung kani-kanino. And then there's preoccupation of death. And self-destructive behavior, makikita nyo naman yan, right? Nagiging irritable. But what is that you cannot see easily is the sudden sense of calmness. So, the last thing that you will see, and it is very vivid, is the neglecting appearance or hygiene. Hindi na naliligo, ayaw na mag-toothbrush. So, pag meron nang nangangamoy sa barko nyo, think of depression, natawa si Sir. Pero actually, yes, it's a sign and it's a symptom of a mental illness. Okay? Most especially on board, hindi kayo pwede na magkaroon ng poor hygiene. So what do we do when you are faced with a person that is on the verge of committing suicide on board? This is your first aid. Okay? Talking to a person about suicide is definitely the first thing you need to do. And take all suicidal talk or behavior seriously. Remember, it's a cry for help. Kung ikaw ang nabigyan ng opportunity para sabihin na nag-iisip na, I'm thinking about killing myself, take that opportunity very seriously. And parang, oh, that's a good thing because he was able to tell me So take that opportunity very well and start a conversation about suicide. Ask questions. This is a myth na you should not talk about suicide. I am telling you, as a psychiatrist, you need to go into the plans of committing suicide. Magtanong ka, plano ka bang magpakamatay? Straight, tanong mo ng gano'n. Okay? And why is that so? You need to determine the specific suicide plan. You talk about it because remember, if a person is about to commit suicide, that person has been in that mind for several months already. He's already making a plan. So if you talk right now, you are helping him at the very least. Okay? Kasi you want to determine when will he carry out the plan, what would be the means, no? Pwedeng barel, okay? Like, we psychiatrists, we always ask that question. Do you have plans of taking your life or making suicide? Tapos sasabihin nila, opo. Okay. Kung magpapakamatay ka, anong gagawin mo? If you're gonna commit a suicide, what will you do? Okay. Sasabihin, the most common is magbabaril ako. You go from there. Kung magbabaril, the next question is, do you have a gun? Kung on board, syempre wala yun, diba? Magbabaril siya, o medyo humina ka na. Kasi wala yun on board. Hindi niya yun gagawin sa ship mo. Okay? Kung magbibigti, okay, medyo kabahan ka na. Okay? Kasi maraming tali doon. Right? Or if that person will tell you, I will jump off board. Oh, that's terrible. Okay? So, Sir Joe, okay, baka kasi ganito, ganyan. Okay? Yung so, more impact and talk this kind of people. A stern person, but now he's stooping the posture. So that's he has a posture right now. So that's a sign that this person is going into depression. That's listening with your eyes. Listen with your heart. Be empathic. Do not argue. Do not be judgmental. Okay? And when somebody tells you his problem, do not appear shocked or talaga? Okay? Or lecture about the value of life. So, when you talk to that person on board, right, having a problem with finances or family problem, do not promise anything. Sige, ako nang bahala sa asawa mo. Pera yun, di ba, sir? Pera nga problema natin eh. So, do not promise anything. Do not offer ways to treat that person as well. Do not offer solutions. Okay? All you need to do is listen. Why? Because when a person is depressed, when you are depressed or lonely, what do you want to do? You want to talk, right? And you want somebody to listen to you. That is what you're gonna do. Just listen. Do not offer any kind of solution. Why? If you're talking to an ordinary seaman and you are captain or an officer or a master, and financially, you have different levels. If financial ang problema niya, ikaw sa'yo, that's a simple thing. Right? So do not offer, oh, madali lang yan. No, it's not like that. Because you are not helping the person. Do not offer. Instead, look for current resources. What does this person have right now that can help him or his family? So find that out during the course of storytelling, during the course of conversation, and then offer help and then link. Okay? So after doing this talking, be sure as masters, you document it. Okay? Hindi naman yung buong conversation, but rather what did you see to this patient, to this person. Kasi that's very important. Kasi when it comes na nagkaroon ng investigation, oh, I saw this person and I referred it to the next higher than me. So, labas ka na doon. You did something. Do not forget to document everything that you did. Right? And then, you need to offer help and support. So, encourage that person when you go to shore to get professional help. Then, even though that you are not with them already, nakababa na kayo, follow up on that person. You're gonna be a good officer if you go beyond your work and your responsibility. You're gonna be a human being taking care of other people. And be proactive also to mental advocacy. And then encourage them to change into a positive lifestyle. And then continue support, continue having conversation with them during, after treatment. Okay. So, in summary, what can you do as officers and as masters? You treat your crew member with such illness with respect and dignity. Do not discriminate them because they're having a problem right now. Do not judge them, bawal judgmental. And ensure that they have rights and that these rights are protected at all times. Be honest. Do not make promises, okay? And do not make decisions for them. Okay? I'd like to say that sometimes the rule of confidentiality must be broken if this patient is suicidal. So tell them right away, sa tingin ko, I think you are on the verge of committing a suicide. So I need to tell this to our superiors. I need to call them so that they will be able to help you once we go offshore, naka po ba yung term ko? Yun. So, hindi naman breach of confidentiality, but it's a way of helping them. Okay? So, and then ensure support on their mental health as they recover. That is your work, your responsibility as officers and as masters of the ship. But what about the management? What is your role here? You have a big role because your role is preventive. How? How will you prevent these kinds of mental problems? First, by giving training before they go on board. The training, I know you have trainings, but I do not really know if you have training on mental resilience. This is very important, most especially on times of piracy and hostage taking. Do you have training on mental resilience? Parang wala. We at Gutierrez Clinic, we are happy to make you a module on mental resilience if you give us the opportunity to be a part of your group. We can make that module, we can do stress debriefing, okay, to your crew members or any officers who are faced with mental trauma. And as management, be an advocate of mental health. How? By doing awareness seminar like this one. If you have a seminar, you can inject few hours with mental health awareness like you did one now. Okay? And then, this is very helpful. Make sure the management, make sure that your crew have an easy access on mental health educational materials on board. Okay? Ibig sabihin, we at Gutierrez, we can make you brochures about depression, psychosis, and anything you want. We can make that so that you can give it to your crew members. Okay? So that's the part of the management. With that, these are my references. I think you're gonna be having a part, the slides, right? You will be giving to them. So you can look at them if you want to learn more. And thank you for listening. Thank you. And I do thank you all. And thank you for participating sa briefing. I hope you learned something from me. And I do not want questions anymore. Joke lang. Okay, so I'm now open for questions if you have any. Thank you. Any questions? So, is there any questions? If none, I will turn over the mic or what?
Owing to the fact that number one, we appreciate very much that you have today. However, I cannot but help but maybe consider the fact that some of right now are anxious. Maybe I have a problem.
Yeah.
Okay. So the question here right now that I'm raising is number one: is mental health treatable? And if I am a seafarer, do I have to worry that it will really affect my job? Thank you.
Yes, as I've said in my lecture, there is hope if you have a mental illness. All mental illness now, whether it's schizophrenia or psychosis, bipolar, it is treatable. All you need to do is continue taking your medicines and you're gonna go back to your normal set of mind. But if you stop taking the medicines, then the chances of you going back to your mental illness is a little bit higher. And you have mental problem, you have mental issues, it will definitely affect your work on board. Okay, so that's the reason why I would like to ask the management to include training on mental resilience during the pre-boarding training because you need to be mentally ready. Am I right? Before going on board. Kasi you're gonna be subjected to a lot of things while at sea and your support system will be left behind here in your house, in your family. I'm talking about your family and friends. That's your support system. That's why you are having a good mental health. And you and that support system will not go with you when you are on board. So definitely, if you have something before you go on board, you have a mental health or you have a problem, it will definitely affect you. You need to be ready. That's why the psychological assessment test done by PEME, that during the PEME is very important because we should determine the readiness of the seafarers, especially if this one is a first timer. Kung mga, ano lang po, kung yung mga masters and officers, I think you're always ready. Huwag lang kayong faced with problems that you will leave behind when you go on board. As I've said in my lecture, your number one problem is financial. Ewan ko po bakit. Okay, correct, sir? Financial problem palagi. Sometimes it's okay to have lesser, than having much, kasi parang the more money we have, the more thought of how will we spend, how can I spend this? Me having a lot of money. However, you go on board, you go off board, na so much spending for a few times. So yun yung nagiging problem na I see always with my patients who are kapitan. And I think I have few who are first mate. At saka meron ako engineer din. Ang problem naman niya, the engine noise, he correlates this as voices. Okay. So unfortunately, hindi na po nakasakay yun, yung engineer na yun. And the shipping company is good enough, to parang put that engineer on an office work. That's supporting your people. Okay, so another question po. Yes, sir. Opo, baba na ako. Sige, sir.
Good morning, everyone. No, this is very kind dahil this is just an observation and study. We belong to the training department, and we are in direct contact with the seafarers, and we are facing right now quite a very disturbing problem on board. Okay, one of these problems is this. No, pwede Tagalogin, ma'am, hindi marunong masyado mag... sige, ma'am. Yeah, 2 minutes only. Now, Tagalog ko lang ha. Now, most of the problem na na-encounter namin mga seafarers at sa mga, mostly sa mga students na nakausap, no, almost 80% to 90%. Now, ang mga seafarers natin hindi na masyadong makatulog because of the gadgets. Okay, now, every time na pagkatapos nila ng duty, no, hindi mo na sila makikita, hindi mo na sila makausap, kung may problema sila, hindi mo na. No? At we spend a lot of time sa gadgets rather than sa pahinga. Actually, the students is not lack of training nor skills, they are lack of sleep. That is why after ng ano nila, kasi may duty, no? So during sa duty nila, they should take a rest for almost, let's say, 6 hours. Kasi 4x4. Now, halos pagkahawak nitong gadgets, starting na pagpasok nila sa kabina, okay? Noong una, okay, laro lang yan, scrolling, no? Abutan na ng 1 oras, 2 oras, 3 oras, 4 na oras, until such time na naalaala nila, tapos na yung rest hour nila. Tawagan sila, very risky. And it so happen, sooner or later, yung health unti-unti nag-depreciate, pati yung mental ability na loss of focus even sa trabaho, more so during sa pagdating sa port. It is because they prefer to focus on gadgets rather than their works. Okay? And another problem they encounter is supposedly they are going to talk with their family with this gadget while they are on board. It so happened that they could not even talk to their family. Instead, their family also are very busy on gadgets. And they cannot even talk to their children when they go home because they are also busy on gadgets. Even Sana, supposedly, when they come home, they are happy. No? But it so happened na hindi na nga nila makausap yung anak, nagtatago doon sa room. And during sa kainan, hindi na nga pwede makausap ang anak kasi ang anak nandoon na sa gadgets. Pati ang magulang, dati, pag ang mag-asawa, sa gabi, nagyakapan. Ngayon, yung asawang babae, nandoon sa gadgets. Ang asawang lalaki, nandoon sa gadgets. Ibig sabihin. Pagkagising ng tao ngayon, ang unang hinahanap, gadgets. Bago matulog, ang nahulog sa kamay sa kanya, gadget. And they don't have even time to talk each other. No? Pagdating sa bahay, everybody are now doing the gadgets. No? Pati sa seminar dito, lahat ng tao hindi nakikinig dahil nandoon sa gadgets. Now, we must face the reality. Now, ang problema ganito, there's no problem about this, but it so happens that the gadgets is now the one who are controlling us. Instead, we are going to control the gadgets. At now, unti-unti na nawala ang communication. Pati sa family. At naging stress yan sa mga seafarers ngayon. Thank you. So we need your wisdom, ma'am, to please help us.
Thank you, sir. Actually, that is not just the problem of the seafarers. It is all our problems, right? Even with our children. You are on the training, sir. Training sa arm ka ng seafarers. So, in terms of training arm, what do we do? No, this is the problem of the new age. No? Pag sinabi mo naman tanggalin, if you remove that gadget on the hand, no, is young people, ay gera to. Mas lalo silang magpuput into crisis. Actually, when I have a patient, an adolescent patient, and the problem, actually it's the problem of the parents, no? They're always into the gadget. It could be positive and it could be negative. It's a positive side because you can use this as discipline. It's a disciplining method. Wherein if your child does something or fails a subject, you could always, sige, wala nang grounding, hindi ka na pwedeng lumabas, walang ganon. What can you say to discipline? Hindi na kayo pwedeng mamalot ngayon, di ba? Ng mga bata. One way of disciplining your children is you take the gadget or you turn off the Wi-Fi connection. Okay? I did that to my nieces before. They're always into gadget. So what I did, tawagin munang kumain, ayaw kumain. They do not actually hear it, right? When you say, kain na! Walang ganon. But when you text them the message, kain na tayo, they will go out of their rooms, right? And how would you control that? One way is you turn off the internet. Definitely, when you turn off the internet, everybody will go out, parang may sunog. Na, ano nangyari? Ba't walang internet? So, gano'n, di ba? And I noticed that with my adolescent child as well. Konti lang, few seconds na mawala ang internet connection, they will be on crisis. So make use of that. That's a positive thing. If you do something wrong, if you already did something wrong, this is what I'm gonna do. Get the gadget. In terms of training, sir, what you should do during the training is you set rules. Okay? Mag-set ka na ng rules na while you're on training, this is what you will do. Okay? Like, kasi ano na to, mga young adults na. So they should be disciplined. They should have this discipline in order to be while on board. Okay. Oh, that's the problem of the officers. Okay. So I really don't know if centralized ba ang connection on board. Centralized. Okay. You cannot turn it off, right? Diba? Kasi pwede, sir. But the communications with your, will be interrupted as well. But if since it could be on board. Probably you can take it off, like you get a survey. O why are you not, why are you not having a good sleep? Ay, syempre, sasabihin niya, ewan ko, Doc, ay, ewan ko, sir, kung hindi lang po ako makatulog. So, find that out. As officers, find it out. And then, make a few survey, no? And then, make a rule. As an officer of this ship, I will turn off the connectivity at this time to ensure that there's adequate sleep. May private signals. Hindi ko na alam. Actually, that's a problem. So, probably, what do you, ano po yun? Okay, thank you, sir. Probably, this is how we do it in the hospital. Okay, if we have problems with doctors. What we do is we make a small group conversation and then ask them, what is your problem? Why you are having difficulty of sleeping? Okay, what? And then everybody will tell, kasi na kami sa internet. So after everybody has spoken, you go back to that first person and then ask, are there times that you're having a good sleep? And then when they answer, yes, ma'am, what did you do? So the purpose of this, everybody will tell you, that person within the group, the peer, within their peer, they'll be able to help or give tips in order for the other person to be helped in their problem. So, sasabihin ng isang doktor, ma'am, ang ginagawa ko po, in-off ko na lang yung cellphone ko. That's one way. You are not really, as officers, you are not telling them what to do. It is, you are just facilitators and then asking the peers what for them to do. Okay, so in that way, you are not imposing, you are helping. That's one way. Pero the problem with yung connectivity and everything, kasi that's our way of life na we need to, old school pa kasi tayo, sir. Kasama tayo doon na gadgets is life. Tayo, we can live gadgets kasi yun yung natin. Pero, anybody here below 25? Millennials? Parang wala akong nakikita. So that's the problem of millennials. And we need to innovate for how to deal with that problem. Okay, so no more questions? Yes, sir. Okay. Okay, we have. I see Sir muna because Sir is here, and then we'll read that.
So good noon, everyone.
Good night.
So before I proceed with my questions, just to add up with Chief Engineer Mondia's concerns, is that ship management now is making this procedure for the control in the use of mobile phones. At the same time, the control of use of internet access on board. So that is up to the masters and the chief engineers to implement it on board. So we are relying on the masters and chief engineers, the rest of the officers to comply with the procedures.
Sir, is it also it goes also with what Sir told us? It's a private connection. Is there also an intervention for that?
This is we are talking about onboard internet connections.
The one that is supplied by the ship itself. Okay. But there's no intervention with regards to the private connection.
No,
Not yet.
no.
But
Only the use
Okay, but that's
for them
also
to implement the rest hours requirements.
yes.
So I will proceed with the next question, ma'am. So in your discussion earlier, Once we have concluded that one crew is already suicidal, and then the next port will be 2 weeks away, let's say. So how will the officers uh, contain, not to agitate the crew further, to make his plans much earlier? Is close monitoring or guarding of the crew will help, or will it agitate the crew? Please.
Okay, guarding will not help. Okay, close monitoring will do. Okay, as I've said, make use of an ally. So you ask that crew member, who is your body here? And that make use of that person in order to always monitor, close monitoring. Okay? Do not tell everybody in the ship that this person is about to commit suicide. Okay? That's a breach of confidentiality. And besides, you really do not know yet, okay, kung meron. But it is logical, and it should be reported to your what do you call that? To your supervisors or to the office, so that they will be ready when you go for that when you go to the shore. No? For the 2 week period, what you should do as officers is always check on that crew member. Okay? Always check, like every day. You ask him, how are you now? Are you still thinking of committing suicide? Okay. Have you been sleeping well? Yung sex, okay? Follow that. Tapos exercise, kahit tinatamad, sir. Doesn't have the energy. You encourage. No, let's do it together. Okay, the exercise. Yun, sir. The 2 week period is just 2 weeks. But when you want to ensure, that is very long. Okay, so yun po. Guarding, no. Close monitoring, yes. Sige po. Thank you po, sir. So, ayan. Asan po? My observation, internet, in my observation, internet that causes most infidelity. What do you think? Okay. We call scholars that lead to mental disturbance, marital problem, conflicts, that surely will lead to mental illness for the family and their families. Hindi ko po naiintindihan.
Yeah. May I get in, Doctora?
Yes po.
Yeah, thank you. So, mostly what we are seeing on screen are mostly comments. They are not mainly questions.
And this one is good, sir. Gadget oftentimes boosts the morale of seafarers.
Using, right.
But there's also a danger in that, because this is where you get the news on what's happening on your place at the very moment, right? Example, yung baha, yung bagyo. When you get news like that, you tend to be anxious. Tama? O, imbis na hayahay ka lang sa karagatan, pag may na-receive ka na news na nabaha ang family mo, that's added anxiety. So what do you do? Let me ask you, when you are faced with a crew member who gets that kind of news and then turns anxious, like sad, what do you usually do? Anybody? I'm asking active officers and active masters. Do you get that kind of problem on board? What do you usually do? Anybody? Share your thoughts? Talk to them? What else, sir?
Yes, good afternoon, Doctora. I face that kind of problem. One of my businessman, his wife is was playing games with another team. So,
Ano po ba yan, sir? MN?
yes, so I closely monitor them and talking to him every day after his duties and encourage all of the encourages and later on this man moves on properly and then he married again. Yes.
Baka there's another, the subject of your conversation led to marry another person.
No, it's not like that. So he was he signed off after his marriage, after that contract, and then later on when he came back, he found a new girlfriend and was supposed to be no. They found a new girlfriend and they're planning to get married.
Wow, okay, that's good. That's a positive thing. What about any view when a crew member finds through the internet what happened to their family, and then uh, and then acutely or abruptly this person gets anxious? What do you usually do? Sa internet niya lang nalaman ha na may ganong problema. So siguro one thing is you let them use your form of communication to call the family. Or you tell your agency to call you back. Okay, that's one way of helping that crew member. Okay, so yes, Sir Joe.
Yes, Dr. Rigo, thank you very much. So we sincerely apologize for all of our seafarers here, of course, those who are attending online. But it seems that we are not having so much time right now. So we would like to extend our gratefulness to your participating in this event. Thank you so much. We are on focus to Dr. Go. And at this juncture, of course, we will be having our buffet lunch. Okay, so for the guest tables, lunch will be served. And of course, for our officers, our ushers will assist you on the buffet table. Okay, thank you so much. Please enjoy your lunch, everyone.
Liability. Vessels are always exposed to various and unexpected risks. That is why your vessel is uninsured. Let's see the details of what hull and machinery insurance covers. Next, thank you. Hull and machinery insurance covers the loss of damage caused by perils of the sea. Then, what are perils of the sea? They are sinking, stranding, fire, collision, machinery damage, and so on. Next, please. Thanks. Loss or damages to the vessel which are covered by hull and machinery insurance is shown in this page. Total loss, partial loss, general average, and sue and labor or physical losses or damages to the vessel. They are own risks, as I said before. As for liability, hull and machinery insurance covers the collision liability against other vessels. Let's see them in details. Next, please. Yeah, thanks. This page is about total. Excuse me, may I continue? Okay, yeah, thanks. So this page is about total loss. Of course, nobody wants to face such cases, but there are two kinds of total loss. Now, first one is actual total loss. And this happens when the vessel sinks deep in the sea and is unable to be salvaged, or generates huge damage and restoration is impossible. The other one, constructive total loss, happens when the vessel is sinking or grounding. Technically, she can be rescued, but the estimated cost of rescue and repair cost for rescue and repair exceeds the insured value. Another case is that the vessel disappears suddenly and didn't appear for 60 days or detained for 180 days. Next page, please. Thanks. Now, this page shows the coverable costs for repairing the assured vessel. Repair costs due to damages caused by stranding, grounding, collision, contact with external objects, fire, and machinery breakdown can be covered by hull and machinery insurance. But please note that the cover depends on the insurance policy of each vessel. Damages caused by machinery breakdown may be excluded in your policy. Next, please. Yeah, thanks. Now, this is about collision liability. Please note that hull and machinery insurance only covers the liability to the other vessel. The liability incurred after striking any fixed or floating objects, such as piers, bridges, docks, or static buoys, are not covered. Such liability to third parties caused by collisions with non-vessel, these will be covered by the P&I Club. Next, please. Okay. The next is about general average, GA. When a vessel with cargo loaded encounters a serious incident, cost to rescue the vessel will also contribute to save the cargo. Now, these costs will be shared with the cargo owners, and the vessel's proportion will be covered by hull and machinery insurance. On the other hand, the cargo's proportion shall be paid by the cargo owners or their insurers. Now, here is a typical example of the GA case. The vessel, which value is $10 million, with $3 million of cargo loaded, was grounded. The vessel tried to refloat by herself but failed, and assistance by a tug was arranged. With the tug's assistance, the vessel was able to refloat, and therefore, the cost for the tug can be described as the cost for the safety of both the vessel and the cargo. When the tug's cost was $1 million, who should pay this? The cost to refloat the vessel will be shared by the ratio of the vessel's and cargo's value at the time when the vessel arrived to the safety port. Therefore, in this case, the vessel's proportion will be 10/13, which will be about $770,000 or $0.77 million. Okay. Next page, please. Yeah. Now, coverage of sue and labor are given here to encourage yours to spend some money in order to avert or minimize a much greater loss. For example, fire started on the vessel, and you arranged a local fire brigade to put it out. If this action had not been taken, much greater loss would be sustained. So, fees for the local fire brigade would be a reasonable cost to minimize loss. Fees for the salvage in salvage circumstances may also be part of sue and labor. And on the other hand, the cost for preserving a right of claim to third parties, such as fees for the lawyers, is also covered by this clause. Next, please. Now, here is what is not covered by hull and machinery insurance. Hull and machinery insurance covers loss or damages caused by named perils. In other words, unnamed perils are not covered. These are some examples. Losses due to unseaworthiness, losses not related to the insured peril, claims under the policy deductible, wears and tears, war risks are not covered. War risks are covered under the war risk insurance. Now here is about war risks. War risk insurance is placed separately from hull and machinery insurance. It covers capture, seizure, arrest, restraint, and detainment resulting from war, civil war, revolution, and so on. This also covers loss or damage caused by mines and torpedoes and etc. In other words, losses caused by these are not covered by hull and machinery insurance. Next, please. Thanks. Now, war risk insurance covers war risks as explained, but there are still some exclusions as shown in this page. For example, the war between the UK and the USA, well, which I expect not to be happen, well, this will not be covered. So it is important to understand that not all war risks are always covered by this insurance. Next page, please. Yeah. Now, the next is about P&I insurance, protection and indemnity. We, Sampo, do not undertake P&I insurance. But please let us briefly explain about this. P&I insurance covers the member's liability arising from collision with external objects, wreck removal, personal injuries, and so on. As you can see, the coverage of P&I insurance is different from that of hull and machinery insurance. So in some cases, you may have to notice both insurers when an incident occurs. Thank you. Okay, the next is about income losses. The vessel may be unable to sail due to various reasons, and it may cause loss of incomes. Here's a brief introduction about insurances which covers the income losses. Loss of time insurance, that is the first one, which is called LOT, covers the income loss during the vessel's repair. But please note that the payable insurance will be calculated by following the formula described in this clause. Therefore, the payable amount may not be exactly the same number of the actual off-hired amount. Off-hire insurance covers the income loss due to perils described in the clause, which are not caused by vessel's damage. For example, off-hire caused by detainment due to infectious diseases like COVID-19 on board the vessel, deviation caused by the crew's medical treatment, closure of ports of call, any loss or damage to the port facilities, and etc. Off-hire insurance can cover loss of incomes caused by these. Next page, please. Yeah, thank you. Now, this is about after the insurance is paid. When the insurance is paid, the insurance loss ratio will become worse, which may result in increase of insurance premium, restriction of insurance condition, and uplift of deductible. In short, as a result of receipt of insurance, ship owners will suffer various losses in respect of insurance contract in the future. This is, the more insurance are paid, the more the insurance contract will be affected. Next, please. Yes, thank you. Now, aside from the financial losses, ship owners and ship managers will suffer other losses which are not covered by insurance. One is loss of time of ship owners and the ship managers. When a casualty occurs, ship owners and ship managers have to urgently contact the related parties, such as insurance company, charterers, and local agents, and classification society, and others. They may have to obtain the port clearance from the port authority to arrange for an urgent repair. So sometimes such actions would take many times and are considered as loss of time of ship owners and ship managers. Now, such loss cannot necessarily be covered by insurance. If there were no casualty, ship owners and ship managers would be able to spend the time for much more profitable works instead. The other is loss of trust or reputation. Ship owners and ship managers may lose their trust or reputation on their business due to the casualty, and it will take a long time to recover it. Such losses also cannot be covered by insurance at all. Please note that not every kind of losses or expenses can be covered by insurance. Thank you. Now, part 2. This is about initial actions to be taken by the owners and us. Next, please. Yeah, okay. Now, here is a brief explanation of the basic flow steps which will be taken when an incident occurs. The details may be different depending on the kind of incident, but this is the basic flow. As you can see, various exchanges between the related parties will be necessary. Now, here is the rough flow. Once we receive the accident notice from the owners, we will appoint a claim agent and instruct them to arrange a surveyor. The surveyor will attend the vessel to ascertain the extent of damage of the vessel and issue the report. If this is a collision case, the claim agent will also try to open the line with the opposing party, as well as instructing the surveyor to attend the opposing vessel. Further actions will be taken, but what will be done depends on the kind of incident. We will advise the further steps to be taken when handling the case. But during our procedures, invoices of each cost will be necessary for the payment to be done. That will be the same in any cases. So we would appreciate you to share the related invoices with us when it is available. Well, we will, of course, ask for it, but we would like you to share these with us. Next page, please. Okay. Now, we would like to explain what we would like you to notify us when an accident occurs. When any incident occurs, please contact us as soon as possible. Following information is needed for taking necessary actions. And as mentioned before, some may be covered by the P&I Club. So notice to your P&I Club may also be necessary in some cases. Now, what we would like to know are the vessel's current details, such as the position or the destination, weather conditions, cargo details, and the extent of damage, such as damaged ports, water ingress, oil leakage, injury, and so on. And if it is a collision case, please also share the details of the opponent, such as the vessel's name, owners, gross tonnage, destination, extent of damage, and so on. And also, for the surveyor to attend, details of the local agent will be necessary. Now, these are the information which we would like you to share with us when notifying us of the incident. Other information may also be required depending on the developments, so we will appreciate your cooperation for providing us the information when necessary. Thanks. Here, we would like to advise what the vessel should do when a collision case occurs. After a collision, a hold liable letter, which can be said as letter of protest, LOP, or claim notice, whichever, should be issued. These should be issued to preserve the owner's rights. However, please do not sign any paper admitting liability when requested from the opponents. If the opponents are fully or partially liable, prepare the claim notice or LOP saying that they are fully responsible. If we are held liable or partly liable, Masters does not have to sign any such paper, but then you have to. Please add acknowledge receipt only. Don't forget to add this. And also, do not express any opinion about the collision. If both parties are liable or have differing opinions as to the responsibility for the collision, just exchanging the date, place, and damaged part will also be helpful. Yeah, thanks. Now here is an example of the claim notice or LOP. We heard that the slides will be shared with you later, so please take a look of this for your reference. Next page, please. Okay. Now this is about the surveyor's attendance. As mentioned before, a surveyor will be arranged to attend the vessel. So please let us know the vessel's voyage schedule, such as ETA and DTD of the current port or location, and the details of the local agent, as said before. And at the same time, you would like to know the vessel's current condition, such as the necessity of immediate repair, and if yes, place repair, as the surveyor will also attend during repair. Next page, please. Okay. Now, another for collision cases, issuing security. In collision cases, the opponents may act to arrest the vessel. And of course, we will issue security or guarantee to prevent this. Vice versa, it is also possible for the owners to request guarantee to the opponents if the liability should lie on the opponents. Now here is a brief explanation about security. Now it will take a long time for a collision case to reach a settlement, but the owners would like to preserve their rights during this long time. One thing the owners can do for this is to arrest the opposing vessel and keep a big asset in their hand. However, of course, nobody would like to have their vessel in the opponent's hand. So security, which will express that the owners or insurers will guarantee to pay the loss will be issued. In easy words, issuing security will mean that we are willing to pay for the opponent's loss at the maximum amount mentioned in security. So please do not arrest our vessel. And on the other hand, issuing security does not mean that we confirm that we are liable for the mentioned amount. The case will be settled after investigating the cause of collision and liability of both vessels, considering the reasonable cost of loss, which is mostly figured out after repair, and exchanging various negotiations. So the settlement amount will not be the same amount as the security amount in most cases. Here are some necessary documents or information when security is necessary. When the owners request, we have to consider in what the security amount should be. And when considering information of the possible amount of the owner's loss, such as repair cost, how long it is estimated for the repair, daily hire, estimated cost for the agency, and etc. Now, this information will be necessary. When the owners request, we will contact the opponents and express that we are ready to provide security. For our internal proceedings, some documents, such as a Safety Management Certificate, SMC, Document of Compliance, DOC, will be necessary. But we will let you know what will be needed when we face such circumstances. Next slide, please. Yeah, thank you. Okay, here is some do's and don'ts for the masters or crews to preserve the owner's rights in collision cases. Be aware that the masters or crew's action may affect the result of the settlement. The first is about the claim notice, or LOP. As mentioned in the page before, request the opponent master to sign the LOP when a collision occurs. However, when requested, do not sign without acknowledged receipt only. This is because the LOP may be an evidence for the opposing vessel that the master has confirmed that they are the one who should be blamed and responsible for the related cost, even if they were actually not the one to be blamed. The next is about the surveyor's interview. In collision cases, it is a common practice for both ship owners to appoint a surveyor to ascertain the extent of damage of both vessels and to investigate how the collision happened. As a part of the investigation, surveyors may ask the crews how the collision occurred. In these cases, we would like the master or crews not to answer any questions from the opposing surveyor without any permission. This is because the master's or crew's statement may be an unfavorable evidence for the owners, and it may affect the settlement in a negative way. Now, this can also be the same for submitting documents. Surveyors may request the master to submit documents, but as far as the surveyor is standing for the opponents, do not submit anything unless permitted. During the opposing surveyor's attendance, the owner's surveyor, which is your surveyor, will also attend. So you can rely to your surveyor and follow their instructions if necessary. Okay. And the third is about saving the VDR, voyage data recorder, or AIX data. In a collision case, to investigate how the collision occurred, it's important to consider the liability between the both vessels. And as previously mentioned, the master's or crew's statement can be an evidence, but the VDR data will be able to show the exact movement of the related vessels, and this will be an objective evidence as well. Saving this data sometimes gets forgotten in a chaos situation after the collision occurred. But please note that some VDR systems overwrite the data in a short period, and the important evidence may be lost. We are aware that some crews may not be familiar with the vessel's VDR system, and the data cannot be downloaded. In that case, we can ask our surveyor to bring a USB memory stick with him or her to collect the data when attending the vessel. Then, the collected data will be analyzed by a surveyor or sometimes by an expert. Again, the master's and crew's action may affect the settlement, and these are some basic points we would like them to note to preserve the owner's rights. Okay. Next page, please. Yeah. Okay. The above pages were about the cover of hull and machinery insurance and initial actions when an incident occurs. Well, I appreciate your kind attention and hope my presentation will help the masters, crews, or ship managers, and the owners for good understanding of insurance. Part 3 is about case studies, and I would like to pass the mic to Mr. Aaron Lee. Aaron?
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Aaron, and I'm the General Manager of the Hull Claims Department of WK Webster. Thank you, Mr. Aldo, for the introduction just now. So just as a brief introduction about my company, WK Webster is the largest worldwide marine insurance claims consultants and agents, and we handle, coordinate, and give advice on all sorts of marine-related claims and casualties worldwide. So we do that on a daily basis. And it's an honor and privilege for me to be able to speak to you today on part 3 on collisions and groundings. So before we start, right, can I request for the meeting host to turn on the camera so that I can see the participants that are physically present at the seminar now? Is that possible? Thank you. So just briefly, these are the objectives. There's only a limited amount of information that can be covered within this presentation, but after this, I hope we will be able to appreciate the impact and consequences of collisions and groundings, and we will also review some older cases that have happened in the past. So let's start by watching a brief video clip showing 2 rather interesting collisions.
You just witnessed the bow of the huge bulk carrier Grand Rodozzi destroy the tuna boat Apollo S whilst moored at the wharf in Port Lincoln, South Australia. The cost of this 47-meter motorboat is estimated at $17 million. After the collision, it sank in just 15 to 20 minutes. 2 tankers were fighting over the waters of Tanjung Kling. The MV Ocean Line rammed into the middle part of the MT Strovoko's port side.
So I hope you enjoyed the video. It's a very short video, but it shows you some consequences of what happens in a collision. So now let's look at some photographs that we've taken in the past. So this particular collision happened in the Khao Phraya River in Bangkok. You can see the rake of the colliding vessel stand into the accommodation. Thankfully, no one was injured in this collision incident. This next one was a reefer carrier. So just briefly, she hit a fixed object while leaving Southampton, and she was taking in water. And actually, the master acted very quickly to beach the vessel to avoid her from sinking. So this particular case resulted in their having a Lloyd's open form salvage form contract signed with the salvors, who then arranged for discharge and refloating. And this particular picture shows the vessel safely alongside, but you can see the extent of damages that she suffered to her bottom. This next and final example was a LPG carrier that struck a small reefer vessel off Singapore. The gas carrier penetrated the hull of the reefer vessel, and the reefer vessel was actually lying on top of the gas carrier's barber's bow. So if the master of the gas carrier pulled out from that vessel, the reefer would have sunk. So we received the call, and with all our experts, we were able to stabilize the position until it was safe for both vessels to be separated. Okay, so those are just some quick examples and photographs and videos to just show you the impact of what a collision can create. But for this segment on collisions, I thought it would be helpful if we run through just a very brief overview of the collision regulations. And then we will move on to a collision case, a case study, where I'll ask you some questions on what rules you think will be applied for that particular case. So one thing to take note is that these are not the actual collision regulations, but only a summary of them. And this summary is meant to be an easy to read reference for you to keep and also to refer later on, because I understand you're given handouts. And later on, when we review the collision case, you can refer to them also. So I will not be reading each and every rule on the screen. Okay, so let's begin. So the collision regulations do not interfere with local regulations, and you can choose to not abide by the rules in special circumstances. However, the overriding principle governing collisions is that any navigator must always exercise prudent seamanship. Often when investigating collisions and the actions taken by vessels, we often ask the question, what would a prudent seaman do in this situation? So this next slide are all important rules, you know. You must maintain proper lookout. You must travel at safe speed. Rule 7, the navigator must use all available means to determine if any risk of collision exists. And as a general principle, actually determining if any danger or risk exists must always be done for any risk of any danger, not just collisions. We will see later on a case review when we touch on groundings that a second officer did not use all possible means to ascertain the vessel's position, which eventually led to the vessel's grounding because the anchor was dragging. Okay, but that later. Under Rule 8, actions taken to avoid collisions must be timely and readily apparent. For example, right, in a crossing situation, the giveway vessel, when altering her course, has to make a large enough alteration to be readily apparent to the other vessel who is observing either visually or by radar. You know, oftentimes we observe vessels making very small alterations, and usually any alteration that you make that's less than 10 degrees are unlikely to be deemed as readily apparent under this rule. And the vessel will not satisfy this requirement of this particular one. So if and when you have the time to refer to the rules or even study the rules, right, you'll notice this. When the rules are telling you what to do, okay, two words are often used. The first word is shall, right? And the second word that's not here in this slide is may, M-A-Y. Okay? When you see the word shall, it means you must do it. Okay? Overtaking vessels must keep out of the way. vessels in a head-on situation must pass port to port. Crossing vessel having the other vessel on the starboard side must give way. On the other hand, if you see the word may, then it's not compulsory for you to do it, to comply with the rules. You can choose to or not, depending on the situation. So my main point is, if you notice the difference between the words shall and may, it will help you understand the regulations a bit better. Next, Rule 16 governs the action of a give-way vessel in a crossing situation, and Rule 17 applies to the stand-on vessel, the other vessel. But one key thing to note as the stand-on vessel, if you are the stand-on vessel, is this. Being the stand-on vessel does not free you from taking any avoidance action in a collision. If by the actions of the other vessel, the give-way vessel alone, the collision cannot be avoided, you as the stand-on vessel must also take action to avoid collision. You don't wait for the other vessel to do all he can. You have to do something also. And then Rule 19 covers the situation when there's restricted visibility, like in the event of a fog. And there are many other rules in the regulations, but we'll not be covering in every single rule today, as our main topic is still on collisions and grounding incidents. So with that in mind, let's look at a collision that happened in the Straits of Singapore. Okay, so vessel A is a 59,000-ton crude oil carrier, and vessel B is a 5,400-ton gas carrier. Okay, so these are the two vessels involved. Two vessels were involved in this collision. Next, this is a screenshot showing the AIS track of both vessels. And I can tell you that let's let me get the laser point. The collision roughly happened when both tracks intersected. So the yellow line is the track of vessel B and the maroon line is the track of vessel A. So apologies, I know the yellow line is a bit hard to see, but the AIS software I was using didn't allow me to change the color, so please bear with me. So the collision happened around here, okay? And I can also share with you that the weather and sea conditions were good that day, and the intention of vessel A was to cross the westbound lane of the TSS and thereafter to proceed eastwards within the eastbound lane. So that was what vessel A wanted to do. And vessel B was just proceeding in the eastbound lane. Oh, sorry, was proceeding in the westbound lane. So vessel B was sailing in the westbound lane. So looking at this AIS screenshot and also referring to the brief summary of the collision regulations, which are part of your handouts, which I think have been given to you, can we identify which collision regulation rules are relevant for this collision? So it's a question to all of you. So in other words, which vessel you think breached which rule? Okay, so this question is more directed at all the deck officers, but any of the seafarers, you can answer if you know the question. Okay, so because there are many people in this webinar, and I'm doing this from Singapore and you're in Philippines. Let's do it this way. If you know the answer and you are attending virtually, can you raise your hand in front of the camera and then you can unmute yourself and then answer the question? But if you're sitting at the venue itself, can I request the host to turn on the camera? Can I see? I'm trying to see. Yes, turn on the camera. Then the person knowing the answer, you can come forward, unmute on the computer, and then answer the question. Is that okay? Okay, Ken. So maybe we invite those at the venue first who are physically attending the seminar. Can you give me one or two rules which either vessels have broken? Just make a guess. Anyone?
Gentlemen, I am volunteer. After the press, please.
Okay, we give them some time.
Good afternoon, sir. That is a crossing situation and a traffic separation system.
Yes, crossing situation, you are right. Anything else? Anything else that you noticed?
That is roll 13 and roll 9.
Sorry, can you say again? I couldn't hear you because of the feedback. Okay. Thank you for contributing that. Yes, it was a crossing situation in the traffic separation scheme.
That is a crossing situation, roll 13 and roll 9, I think.
Okay, thank
And
you.
that is in a narrow channel.
Okay. Okay, now let's turn to the virtual participants. I saw Captain Rene, you raised your hand virtually. Could you unmute yourself and maybe give us the answer, share with us your views? I saw you earlier on screen just now. Yes. Captain, if you could unmute yourself, then you can.
Yes. Good afternoon.
Yes, go ahead.
Good afternoon. It should be the crossing situation and the narrow channel, the role.
Yeah.
The crossing situation and the narrow channel.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, thank you for your participation. Okay, let's look at the answers, okay? Okay, so for the next few slides, I'm not sure if you've been given the handouts already, but in the handouts there are some fill in the blanks, but it's not very relevant if you don't have it, so it's okay. Let's look at what the investigations reported about the faults of vessel B first, okay? Because vessel B a bit more interesting. Okay, so investigations concluded that vessel B failed to give way to vessel A. So, like most of you know, it's a crossing situation, right? So vessel B failed to give way because vessel B had vessel A on her starboard side. So vessel B was the give way vessel, as you can see here. Secondly, vessel B was traveling at 13 knots when the local rules given by the Maritime Port Authority of Singapore, MPA, stated that all vessels were to proceed at no more than 12 knots. So she was sailing at an unsafe speed, so Rule 6. Also, most of you may or may not have noticed by now that vessel B actually crosses over into the eastbound lane of the TSS where the collision occurred. Let me show this to you now. You notice the yellow line crosses over the pink line. So she crossed over. And in doing so, she was clearly in breach of Rule 10. And lastly, you won't know this, but investigations revealed that vessel B didn't take any action at all to avoid the collision. The AIS track surprisingly gives a very good picture of what she did. She made small alterations to port and just went straight on, didn't care at all. So that was vessel B. Okay. Let's look at vessel A. The failures of vessel A are not as clear from the AIS screenshot with the tracks as compared to vessel B. Okay. The investigation revealed that vessel A failed to keep a proper lookout as she could have waited to cross the TSS. And the interviews with the master of Vessel A revealed that Vessel A appreciated that a collision with Vessel B would occur only 2 minutes before it actually occurred. So a bit too late. Huh? And based on the AIS screenshot alone, okay, we can argue that Vessel A could have applied full starboard helm sooner rather than later in an attempt to try and avoid a collision. And because she did not do so, we can argue that she was in breach of Rule 8 and she didn't take sufficient action to avoid the collision. So that's Vessel A. So having just covered briefly the main faults of both vessels, there are much more, but those are just the main ones. Who do you think is more at fault? So maybe we can do it this way. If you feel Vessel A is more at fault, can you physically raise your hands? Or the video just... Yeah, so can you raise your hand if you think Vessel A is more at fault? Okay, you put your hands down. If you think Vessel B is more at fault, can you raise your hands? Yeah, so yeah, it's quite clear. In this case, the actual case itself, it was Vessel B that was more at fault. She was traveling too fast, the speed, she crossed over into the other lane, and she didn't give way, even though she was to give way. And as a result of the collision, thankfully, both vessels could still sail. It was not a massive collision. Temporary repairs were not required. Only permanent repairs were carried out. And these are the estimated losses incurred by both ship owners. So about 1.7 million and then 500,000 US dollars. Okay, so that was collisions. Our next segment is on groundings. So let's start by taking a look at a video clip to see, briefly the consequences of what may happen when a vessel grounds. So that was the SS American Star that grounded in the Canary Islands whilst being towed. As the waves continue to crash onto the vessel, the hull takes a beating one after the next. And actually, within 48 hours of grounding, the pounding surf breaks the ship's hull into two. So that's just a quick, very brief overview on what may happen to a vessel when she grounds. So for this segment, let's take a look at two case studies on groundings with a bit of different focus for each case study. For this first case review, the focus is on the types and amounts of losses and expenses that can be incurred by ship owners when a vessel grounds. So this was a casualty that occurred in Vietnam. I handled this casualty during COVID when Vietnam was still in lockdown. So she was a 18,000-ton bulk carrier, and she remained grounded for about 12 days. She remained grounded for a longer than usual time because bad weather prevented our salvors from assisting the vessel. And when the weather was good, the tide was too low for the tugs to safely come alongside. So we had to think of another way to save her. And there were also quite a few restrictions due to Vietnam's COVID situation. So we won't go into this casualty in great detail of exactly what happened, because the focus is still the types of losses and expenses, right? But what I will do is I will show you some photographs of the vessel and the damage and the towing, and I want you all to take a guess at how much was the loss at the end of the day for owners and their hull and machinery insurers, and also to take a guess at what types of losses and expenses were incurred. So here it goes. This is the vessel. She's grounded. Okay. Our vessel grounded herself on a breakwater, mainly due to heavy weather, but also due to some poor decisions made by the officers on board, which I wouldn't go into today. So that's her on the breakwater. These are photos of the vessel's bow lying on top of the breakwater. Due to the bad weather and strong waves, she was actually brought further towards the breakwater and she was stuck on top. Because the grounding took place in very heavy weather, her rudder was eventually lost when we took her off the breakwater. Thankfully, there was no cargo on board. The vessel was in ballast condition. So this is a photograph taken by a drone showing when the refloating attempts were being made. Due to the age and performance of the local tugboats in Vietnam available, and also the level of expertise of the local Vietnamese salvors, we had to employ 3 tugs for the refloating operations. Another photograph of the towing. I can also share that by this time, the vessel's main engine had failed. She was without power, and also most of the damages suffered were to the bottom of the vessel. Another photograph taken by a drone from a different angle during the refloating operation. So this is the last photograph that I have. Okay, so based on this very brief understanding of the casualty, roughly you know what happened. And can anyone tell me what are the types of losses and expenses incurred for this grounding incident? You don't have to tell me the amount. You can just tell me what expenses were incurred because of the grounding, or what kind of loss was incurred. Maybe we can open the floor up to those physically present at the seminar first. If you have an answer, maybe you can come forward towards the computer and unmute and then just shout out your answer. So as a hint, right, you can refer to part 1 of Mr. Aoto's presentation for some guidance if you have your handouts with you. Anyone who is physically present knows any expenses or losses which were incurred?
Management or expertise for the losses. Losses mga off-fires.
Yes, I think one of the things should be from environmental things, environmental losses.
Environmental losses. Okay. Anything else?
Aaron, you said environmental losses. Probably pollution. Is there pollution?
Okay. Yes, you are right. Yeah. And any other answer?
Claims. Pollution claims. Anybody else? Yes.
Tag high, loss of the rudder, damage of the bottom of the vessel, and its repairs.
Thank you. Yes, those are correct.
Substantial damages to the house, propellers or rudders. This is Captain from Captain Gay behind, Aaron.
Yes, thank you. Maybe we get one more person from the who is there physically at the seminar, then I will ask those who are joining virtually.
They said, sir, cause of the salvage itself.
Yes, yeah. Actually, that's the first point. Okay, thank you. Okay, let's turn to those who are joining us virtually. Anyone joining us virtually wants to give any answers? So far, we have damage to rudder, damage to bottom, damage to vessel, oil pollution, salvage. Anything else? Anyone just want to try? Anyone want to try? You can just unmute yourself. Okay, the second one was oil pollution prevention. So there was not actually, thankfully, there was no oil pollution, but the local authorities still required us to put a tug on standby so that in case there is any oil pollution, they can do something. So there was a oil spill response tug in the vicinity. So that was part of it. Anyone at home can guess any other expenses which can be incurred for this grounding incident? Anyone at home joining us virtually? Or someone.
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, sir. The one attribute for the
Sir, damage to marine environment.
is supporting grounding of the vessel. So the subject vessel will be ignored for all damages such as floating, that is the cause of pollution, the movements, and lastly is the damage repair in all the as with the class of the vessel we attend. So there are lots of damage for the particular vessel. In that case, sometimes salvage floating cannot be done, so the vessel total losses, that is a general loss the vessel will comes up. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. While that gentleman was talking, I also heard the answer environment. Actually, so thank you for your input. Okay, I'll just quickly run through the rest of the expenses. So there was also underwater inspection costs being incurred because the divers had to go down and find out how the vessel grounded and how they're going to refloat her. And then after that, we had to do another diving inspection to find out what was the condition of the vessel's bottom, because the port authorities will not allow her to sail until they know that she's not leaking oil somewhere or she's safe to sail or the hull is intact. As some of you have rightly pointed out, there was damage to the hull. So the damage was quite severe, so temporary repairs had to be done on the spot in Vietnam. And then there was the onward towing to repair yard because the main engine failed. So she had no power. So we had to hire the same tug which pulled her off, the big tug, to tow her to the repair yard. And for this case, she went to somewhere outside of Vietnam for repairs. The permanent repairs were in the region of 2 million. It's quite a lot. And there was also port and local agents charges. The local agent was especially busy during this case because he was one of the, apart from our surveyors, he was the main man speaking Vietnamese, supported by our local surveyors there who had to pull together everything, request for local support, speak to the port authorities, and we had to go through him to speak to the port authorities in Vietnamese. So he charged quite a bit, and the port charged quite a bit because the vessel remained there, and it was blocking part of the entrance into the port. So that wasn't really a good thing for us. And then also there's class and hull and machinery surveyors fees and expenses. So the total cost was around 3.4 million. But in reality, the actual cost incurred was actually higher than this because the local port authorities claimed for damages to the breakwater, which amounted to around 250,000 US dollars. So that was quite bad. And like some of you have mentioned, like for example, for Third Mate Miguel, you pointed out the ship's business was mostly affected. And it's not only the physical, tangible losses that were suffered by the owners. There were also intangible losses that were suffered. Like what Mr. Aoto said, like what some of you have said, that there is possible potential environmental damage. In this case, in our case, there wasn't. There was damage to the breakwater, but that was pretty much it. And then sadly, there's always danger of potential loss of life and potential effect of relationship between managers, owners, and charterers. And sadly, these intangible losses have a higher price to pay as compared to those listed on the previous slide, because that one money can solve, but these money cannot solve. And most of these here are often irreversible damage. So that was our first case. And now to conclude our entire presentation, let's look at our second and final grounding case, where we now shift our focus from the types and costs of expenses involved to what actually caused the grounding, causation. This next case highlights an anchor dragging incident with specific reference to complacency within the bridge team, which led to the grounding and eventually, sadly, a total loss of the vessel. She was grounded off the coast of San Antonio, Chile. And for those who may know, the Chilean coastline is an exposed coastline. No, it was right next to the South Pacific. These are the details of the vessel. She was a bulk carrier, 5 hulls, 30,000 tons. Her engine power was about 10,400 horsepower. Okay, let's take a look at the events leading up to the grounding to have a better appreciation of how the vessel grounded. 14 August, anchored 1236 hours in the afternoon. Starboard anchor down, 6 shackles in the water. Depth of water 25 meters. Engine room on 30 minutes notice. 16 August, 2 days later, at 4 a.m., the chief officer took over the second officer, and the wind at that time was reported to be north-northeast, force 5 to 6, and 4 meters swell. The chief officer suspected dragging at 4 a.m., dragging anchor, but he continued to check the position until 6 a.m. 6:05, the master arrived on the bridge and then ordered the engine room to prepare main engine to leave anchorage. At 0736 hours, the main engine was tested. The main engine was only ready at 0736 hours. It was delayed due to a reported turning gear jam. This diagram was created by the internal investigators, the managers, and it shows the plots of the vessel's position. And the reason why it was created was to illustrate the rapidity at which the vessel moved into shallow water. It was very fast. So from the starting position here until 0600 hours, that was about 445 meters she dragged. And then from 0600 hours to 0726 hours, she dragged another 445 meters. Sorry, 0728 hours. And then from 0728 hours to 0736 hours, she dragged another 241 meters. And only at this time, the main engine was ready, but I think by the time she was a goner, she would have grounded on the sandbank that was near shore and which she did ground on. So we continue with the timeline. So at 0754 hours, the tug assistance was requested. Tug arrived promptly at 0825 hours, okay, about half an hour later, but the adverse swell conditions prevented making fast. In between 0825 and 0900, the vessel's bottom pounded against the seabed in water of 2.5 meter depth, causing steering gear damage and main engine failure. 0933, the vessel managers advised that the vessel was aground, and by 10:50 in the morning, the crew completed abandonment by helicopter. Okay, so that was the incident timeline. Okay, before I review the conclusions of the investigation, with everything that you've heard so far, can anyone tell me what is wrong on this page? With the information given on this PowerPoint slide, can someone tell me now what is wrong here? Something's wrong. Something was not done right. Anyone physically in the seminar now? Maybe anyone can answer. Any seafarer can answer. Doesn't matter if you're in the engine room or you're on the deck. You are anchored in an open anchorage, exposed coastline, wind force 5 to 6, 4 meters swell. What is wrong with this picture? Anyone? Anyone can tell? Any masters in the audience? Maybe a master can answer, or a second officer. Any second officers or masters want to give an answer? Anyone actually? Just make a guess. There is something very wrong with one of the information stated on this page.
Can I guess, sir?
Yes, you can.
Sir, about the engine room, 30 minutes notice of readiness, but master said to engine room, prepare main engine at 0605. But 0736, the main engine was about 1 hour and 30 minutes. The engine was prepared.
You are getting to the right answer. Okay, now we focus on the engine room readiness. What is wrong with that? The engine room readiness. Open coastline, 4 meters swells, bad weather. Engine room on 30 minutes notice of readiness. You're on the right track.
Yes, sir. Can I answer, sir?
Yes, you can. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. The engine room should be on short notice because the weather is in bad condition.
Yes, you are right. Engine room should have been on immediate notice, not 30 minutes. Yeah, both of you got it right. You were on the right track. That was the answer I was looking for. It should have been on immediate notice. Okay, so let's take a look at the conclusions of the investigation. So, according to the internal investigations by the ship managers, it concludes that during the midnight to 4 a.m. anchor watch, the second officer failed to notice the anchor had been dragging since midnight. He didn't use all available means to ascertain the vessel's position. And then, although the chief officer, when he took over watch at 4 a.m., he noticed that the vessel was outside of her turning circle at 4 a.m., but he delayed calling the master until 6 a.m. The second officer failed to hand over the position at 4 a.m., and the chief officer failed to check the position at 4 a.m. And you are right, the engine room was not properly instructed regarding the 30-minute notice. They were supposed to do it instantly, immediate notice. The master didn't express the need for urgency when requesting the main engine. The investigation revealed that he simply requested for it. He should have said, this is an emergency, we need it now, but I understand, I'm not an engineer, but I also understand that it wasn't necessary to disengage turning gear to use the engine. I'm not sure, correct me if I'm wrong. Okay, but as such, it took 1.5 hours to prepare the engine. The weather deteriorated throughout that day on 15 August, but the master didn't consider putting the ship out to sea. As most of you will know, ships are not designed to sit at anchor. She could have gone out to sea and did slow steaming while waiting for instructions. The local port authorities found out that some officers were over contract. They were fatigued, tired. And there was a difference between the BA sailing instructions and the local port information. There was inconsistencies that were not highlighted. And then the local agent didn't convey the weather data, but it still remained the master's duty to obtain the weather data by himself. That was his role and responsibility, but he didn't do that. These are the conclusions of the investigation, which reveal that groundings are rarely caused by one single event. Invariably, they are caused by a chain of events coming together at the same time or sequentially, one after the next. So if you forgot everything about the case, just remember these two important points. Okay? Number one, notice that it was all human error. And number two, groundings are rarely caused by one single event. It is a chain of events. And once you are able to break that chain of events, you stop the grounding from happening. It would not have occurred. If the master and crew of this good vessel that day, if the weather conditions would have been monitored, the vessel could have been put out to sea or the engine room could have been placed on immediate notice. If the position had been properly checked at midnight by the second officer, maybe it could have been avoided. If the master had been called earlier by the chief officer to come on deck, maybe it could have been avoided. If requests for the main engine was specified as urgent and main engine had been started without delay, maybe it could have been avoided. It was all human error, and it happened because of a chain of events. Break one part of that chain and the incident won't happen. So that was my last slide. And with that, I end my presentation for today. Thank you for listening, and also thank you for your kind participation. Hope you enjoyed the presentation. Can I ask, do we have time for questions? Does anyone have any questions? Maybe just a few, you can just shout out. Either to me or Mr. Alto.
Hello? Yeah. Aaron, good afternoon.
Yes.
My name is Captain Hekilano. And since we're talking about grounding, I'd just like to ask a very important question that would affect most of the masters right now. My case, which I am part of the management company, had experienced one alleged grounding incident in New Zealand. The issue here is that the vessel actually didn't ground, but the master did assume the vessel grounded. This was the problem that I would like to ask. What if port authorities require or demand you to issue statement related to a collision with ship or bird or grounding within a certain time limit? For example, in the case of the alleged grounding incident, the master was forced to issue a report, master's report within 24 hours without any hull and machinery surveyor in attendance. And the master still exercised and declared his right not to issue a statement, even it was required by the government of the port. And if so, what can the master do to prevent from being liable in committing any liability of any form against reporting the requirement by port authorities? Meaning to say, the master was pressured to make a report that was not verified. He alleged that his vessel touched bottom, but actually, after inspecting the vessel hull, there was no signs of being touched bottom. We presume that the reason why he alleged to have suffered a touch bottom or grounding was because there was a bad weather situation at the time, and there was a tug that pushed at the time when he felt a jerk. So he assumed that the vessel grounded. And one thing also, there was also a statement on the part of the AD, quote and unquote, he lost steering. But actually, he lost steering because there were no more thrust power on the part of the engine, but it's not because of a steering failure. So basically, we ended up being investigated by New Zealand Port Authority, and fortunately, we were able to defend the vessel. Thank you.
Okay, so I think from what I can understand. Okay, the first part when you're describing your question, the sound didn't come in so clear, but I managed to hear most of it. So what happens when a grounding, presumably an alleged grounding occurs in a port, and then you're required to write a brief report within 24 hours? Firstly, notify the ship managers ASAP when it occurs, if you suspect something from occurring. No harm, no foul by just alerting them. And then the next thing, when you prepare the report, it can just be a brief statement. It can just be a brief statement saying the location, the vessel's name, the position, and what happened, what do you think happened. But at the end of the report, you can always say that this report is written without prejudice as to liability, for example. And so that kind of protects you. And knowing some port authorities, if this particular situation did occur, maybe in Malaysia or Indonesia or something like that, they will have some form of understanding that there was no actual grounding that occurred, or within the first 24 hours, you do not have much information on hand. So that part is quite understood. But I think the most important thing is try to notify the right parties as quickly as possible. And so what happens is after you notify the managers, you notify the owners, you notify the insurers, very quickly a surveyor will come on board, and the surveyor can give you assistance as well in that regard. Does that answer your question? Or
Yes, just a follow-up. The master did refer his report to us as the managers of the vessel. We told him not to send the report first, but the master was so afraid of the port authorities that he was forced to send the report. And secondly, the report was pre-formed, not an open report, pre-formed, meaning to say you have to fill up all the reports. The very reason why the master had to send the report because he feared that he might, quote and unquote, go to jail. That's always a problem. Well, that's always an issue. Let's be clear about it. When you're in a different country, you fear for something's going to happen to you. That's the reality.
Mm-hmm. the facts will differ from case to case, but for this particular case that you're speaking of, I think it applies to most cases also. I think the master needs to remain calm because investigations to whether or not he goes to jail or not will take quite a long time. It is not instant. It is not because you filled in a report wrongly or you didn't submit the report in time and then, okay, you go off the jail kind of thing. So I think it's important to remain calm and then to notify the right people as soon as possible. So the master reports to you, the ship managers, as quickly as possible. And then the ship managers can refer the matter to experts, to their insurance companies. Like, for example, like if we are involved, we will be the experts who come in and we can assist on how the form is to be filled out after speaking to the master directly by video call or by telephone. So important to remain calm, even though I understand it is very scary. Sorry, does that answer the question? Is that okay?
Anyone else to have a question to Mr. Aaron?
Hello, Miss Aaron.
This is a follow-up question regarding to the first question. So since it is known that it is a filled up report, the pre-form, I mean. So is it legally binding to put in the remarks by the master in case that they really need the report to just like a disclaimer, like for example, a statement that this is only an initial report out of prejudice or further investigation shall be conducted to conclude that it is a ground observation. Is it okay or necessary or legally binding?
It is, if you ever fill up such a report or you issue your initial statement, you should put that this was based on the limited information available at that point in time to the master and crew. So you are correct to say that. I think there was one more question. Sorry, are we overrunning for time? Are we okay for time? Because I understand that our session started a bit later, so I'm just concerned that it will affect the other sessions as well. To the organizer.
Aaron, you're satisfied with your presentation, and I think we will be proceeding to the next speaker. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you.